was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dog, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything, I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dog, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you. But you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. The reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted. You're the reason why my soul is tainted.
And hello. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to, what is this now, episode 16, I think, of our GMs Chat. I've gone ahead and let the cat in because he was yelling outside my door while I was doing the countdown because he decided he wants in now. Little goofy fucker. Alright, so, did I ever upload the, I don't think I ever uploaded the last episode. Need to do that soon. Anyways, let's go ahead and say hello to Chill. Hello, Chill.
Hey.
Eve and Morden will hopefully be joining us later. Assuming that Eve's tooth pain isn't bothering her too badly.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's sucky.
Yeah. I was telling her yesterday that tooth pain is the only type of pain that has ever given me pleasant dreams of self-mutilation.
Yeah.
I kid you not. One time I had a impacted wisdom tooth before I finally got removed. It was causing me such grief that I had a very vivid dream of taking a knife and a pair of pliers to my face. And I was legitimately disappointed when I woke up and found out that I didn't actually do it.
Well, I mean, sounds as bad as when I had the kidney stone surgery.
Ooh, I've heard horror stories about that, yeah.
Oh boy. They don't cut you open for that.
Ooh, yeah. And then you gotta piss them out.
That's the easy part.
Once they're broken up enough, anyway.
That's right.
So what have you been up to these last couple weeks?
I've been a little slacking, but still going on my robot miniature project that we're doing on stream. We did the thigh from the back.
Nice.
I'm actually printing off the other side now. I got the right leg. I need the left leg. The left leg's printing off right now. Yeah, so it's going Viking themed for this particular set.
Awesome.
Yeah, so for the game, what I wanted to do is like every sort of manufacturing company has their own style of kind of thing. So I'm gonna have one that's based on like Vikings, and then one that's like based on like the Sentai anime sort of style. The third one I have one that's gonna be based on dinosaurs. I don't know what the fourth one's gonna be yet, but like they'll be distinctive on the battlefield, and you can mix and match all you want. But yeah, that's sort of what, because like as I'm going, like sort of piecing together the lore of the game as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Right now though, I'm just doing. I did proof of concept already, so now I'm just trying to get more going and seeing where they can go. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And for what I've seen of it, it looks like it's come together rather nicely too.
Yeah, A2, the prototype that I made, that looks really good, but I need to get some stylization going. So, yeah. Also gonna give this guy probably an assault rifle. I'm trying to make like a really bog standard sort of main battle unit kind of thing.
Yeah, so that you can kit out with whatever you need later on. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait, ads. Well, the ads are about done now anyway. That's one of the things I do dislike about my new schedules is I don't get to hang out in y'all's chats as often as I used to.
Yeah.
Because the Wi-Fi where I work is pretty crappy.
Well, can't win them all, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I also jump in when I can on mobile, but I have learned that while you can have the audio playing with the phone turned off or the screen turned off, it stops counting you as a viewer then. It's like,
Yeah,
well, that's
I actually
kind of
noticed-
dumb.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, sometimes I'll have Eve on or a couple other people on, just lurking, but they don't. But the counter on OBS doesn't count them sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's like
Very annoying. So, we've got a couple questions, which we'll make Eve and Morden respectively answer once they arrive. Where did my channel go? There it is. So, what was the very first campaign you ever played, if you can recall? Because if you're like me, that was a long-ass time ago.
Red Steel.
Red Steel. What was that one about?
It was a setting for Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Edition.
Ooh,
Place along a place called the Savage Coast.
nice.
And and it was the main thing about it was that there was this metal called red steel, and wielding weapons with it gave you powers. And usually that's just very minor, but if you try to get more of it, it could actually horribly mutate you, unless you were something called an inheritor that used Cinderbrill to get more powers.
Nice. My first campaign, I don't know what it was called. I think it was a homebrew thing that my dad was doing. But I do remember my first character. Blue Hawk the Wizard. The very same wizard I accidentally killed half the party with by using a chain lightning scroll. Myself included.
Oh, I remember that story.
Yeah, that was back in 2nd edition as well. Jesus, that was a long time ago. I think I had another character I played in his game as well. I think his name was Brant. He was a cleric. I didn't know what god to follow, but eventually after I had some stupidly lucky dice rolls or just good luck, we've settled on him being a cleric of Timora. Goddess of luck. I don't remember too much about that character. I do remember that he got completely mangled at one point and was dead, and they were casting a reincarnation. And somehow I ended up back in my own body, and the person that cast it looked at me and was like, that's not supposed to happen.
Vicked_234 just followed.
Well, thank you for the follow. How you doing?
Hey.
Why is the follow not show? There it is. Why doesn't the follow not show up in chat anymore? That's weird. It used to show up in chat all the time. Oh. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing all right, Vicad. Let's see. Yeah, I don't remember too much about it because that was like 3 decades ago. That's been a long ass time ago. I remember being a lot of fun. I literally was playing a second I was old enough to play. Talking my age just a little bit there. And then I just took over the reins of GMing, and now he plays in my games. Let's see. Speaking of, the second part of that question was what was the first campaign you ever DM'd, and how did it go?
Okay, so I ran 1st edition Dungeons & Dragons as my first GM game. Campaign was homebrewed. I don't even think I don't remember a lot of it. I knew it was an island, but yeah, I don't remember a lot about it. But I think it was like 11 or 12, so it wasn't very good. And because my quote-unquote friends were largely assholes, it did not go well.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they should not have been friends of mine. Okay. I think I told you once about the guy that demanded that he have the highest charisma in the game.
Okay, I don't remember that actually. Or if I do, I'm blanking on it.
Yeah, this guy was very vain, and he associated charisma with appearance, like purely.
Yeah, it's not purely looks. Yeah.
No, it is. It isn't. It's not supposed to be, but
No,
that's who he
part
got
of
it. So
but
if
yeah.
so later when we switched to 3rd edition and someone wanted to play a sorcerer, they're rolled an 18. He would cheat and change his to 19.
Oh, great.
Yeah, fun. And yeah, the other bad thing about it was that when he was not the center of the scene or attention, he would constantly interrupt other people's roleplay with questions to me about random shit.
Joy, one of those.
Yeah. Then we had another player who honestly should probably had a restraining order placed against him.
Oh, wow.
He he was the class sociopath. And he was the kind of person where if you weren't his friend, he would make sure you'd had no friends.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he was quite the narcissistic asshole. Probably should not have been anywhere near me because he liked targeting me a lot. And I had no choice but to be his friend because there's that or social
Assassination.
basically. So, and the others were like, didn't really give too much of a shit. They were there to be silly and stupid.
Yeah. Let's see. I ran a bunch of little one-offs of just getting a feel for the game for a while. I think the first serious one I tried to run was based off of Castlevania 64.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was one of the games I enjoyed, and I just literally went through that game for hours just mapping out everything just so I could translate it into D&D back when it was second edition. Just before third edition came out, actually. I ran it for my friends after school and sometimes even during school until I got in trouble for doing that because, oh my god, Dice, you're gambling, no.
Oh, wow.
Fuck
I thought you were going to
off.
go Satan. I thought you were going to go Satan.
No, they were trying to get on me about gambling. I couldn't have Dice at school because that's gambling. It's like, no, you're a teacher. How are you this uneducated? You've never heard of, like, Monopoly? There's dice in that game, too.
Wow.
The lady who got on to me was informed by her son, who was also there, who was standing by trying to, like, just watching the, good job, Mom. I was like, man, get your fucking ex-nun out of here. You're the reason she's not a nun anymore, for fuck's sake.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, sorry, no, that's incorrect.
Right? She cheated on Jesus.
Poor Jesus.
Right?
Could anything possibly worse happen to him?
Probably. Let's not tempt fate on that one. That game went rather well for the most part. It was a very large learning experience for me and as well as my friends, which my friends were all right. They were mostly there to goof around as well. A few of them are more serious role players now, but for what it was pretty good. I don't think we ever got around to completing it though. Just because, time. Always no time.
That's one of the two things that's very hard. That's the hardest hurdle to get over when trying to start a game. People and time.
Yep. And also my ADHD, I'll just jump from idea to idea. Like I try to find ways to make wars fun in tabletop because it was really hard to do. There was not really a system that back then for it, unless you were a war gamer and you had all the fucking models, and we didn't have the money for that shit. Number one.
Yeah.
Nor did we have the money to figure out get the rule sets for it either. So we were just making stuff up, trying to see what would work. With mixed success, more failure than success, because I'm still looking for a good way to incorporate it. But yep, I think that counts as my first one. Our next question was, what lessons did you learn either as a DM or as a player that you apply in real life?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Know when to walk away?
That's a good lesson to have, yeah. I've definitely had to learn when to put my foot down on certain issues. It's like, no, we're not going to bend on this just because you keep arguing it.
Yeah.
As a GM for multiple groups over the last few years, I'd say I'd learned some decent leadership abilities. Because why are you not supposed to be like the leader. Let's face it, everyone ends up treating the game master as the leader of the group.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, there's like any sort of disagreement, it falls onto the game master for some fucking reason. It's like, I don't know these people. That's the problem's not in game. What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, you do need to have good social organizing skills.
Yeah. So I had to learn how to do that real fucking quick for some people.
Yep. And yeah.
Which, considering I'm a supervisor in real life now, that kind of helps.
Yeah, I mean, clear hierarchy.
Yeah.
I remember someone who put out a general contract, and it's just sort of like step-by-step things, but it felt a little bit hostile about like, I'm here to have fun too, please respect everyone's time, be on time, etc. It was phrased a little bit hostile, but they were otherwise reasonable. Like,
Yeah.
if you can't make it, that's fine. Just say ahead of time, or understand I'm trying to have fun too, or I think that is something that is a bit that annoys me. Is that the GM, regardless of what you're playing, is responsible for all of the fun, and that's not true.
Yeah.
The players are also responsible for providing the fun as well. So if you have someone that's just being a belligerent asshole, regardless of their role, they gotta go.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of my love for D&D kind of fell out, is with that cultural mindset, what you just said there. It's like a lot of people think the GM is supposed to handle everything like that. It's like, no, give us something to work with, please.
Yeah.
Like, if we want to just tell a story without any sort of input and just make the fun for you, we can do that ourselves. We don't need you at that point.
The GM is there as sort of a rules referee and providing story continuity.
Yeah.
But there's still a player trying to have fun.
Exactly.
Right? And and I'm not gonna lie, it's hard work to put together a thing, and that needs to be respected, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's labor. You better either be paying your GM or understanding that it is like, there was an interview that Anna Conover did with Brendan Mulligan recently, and they brought this up. Whether it's you're being paid as a GM or doing it for your friends, it's still labor, and that needs to be respected.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you do it with love, you do it with an understanding that you're trying to do this together and have fun and have a good time, and our heart is actually into it, it'll be better than anything your game will be better than anything else that you see on Dimension 20 or Critical Role or any other actual live play.
Yeah.
Does it mean something?
Yeah, absolutely does, yeah. But
it's also why people's eyes gloss over when you tell them about a campaign that they're not involved in at all.
Right.
Because they're not there for it. They have no emotional connection to it.
Which is fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes for the real nerds, they'll hang on to every word and go, oh, wow, that sounds cool. And they'll probably try to steal that idea.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're making money off your idea, whatever.
Right. Wizards. Wizards is the truth. Right? No, of course not. Thank God. But, yeah, so learning when to say no, when to put your foot down, leadership skills, whether you want to or not, because it always inevitably ends up falling onto the GM's lap on that one.
Yeah.
I think I've had some players in the past that stepped up and like, nah, I'll handle this. Like, oh, thank you. It's like, I don't know this guy. I don't want to have to talk to him about, respecting people and not talking over them and all that kind of crap. Especially when it was pointed out to me that he does that generally with female players. Like, oh, huh. I didn't notice. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Shit, what do I do now? It's like, oh, thank you. Because I don't want to be an asshole today. I think that's why he volunteered to handle it, because he knows it before I did, A, and B, he's the one that brought it up to me just before the game was started, so I was like, mind reeling, like, oh, fuck, how do I handle this before the game's supposed to start in like 10 fucking minutes?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Glad he did it for you.
Yeah. He's a gruff character, but he's a good guy.
Good. Cool.
What else have I learned from being a player DM? I guess thinking outside the box. Though I still like being in the box a good bit of the time because it's cozy there.
Yeah, thinking on your feet.
Oh yeah, improv and all that kind of stuff.
Quick thinking, like, oh shit, okay, how do we solve this problem? That's one of the things that kind of bothers me about some people when they identify a problem. When this happened with the LARP that I had talked about a couple months ago, when the one with the murder, the attempted murder, pardon.
Yeah.
When one of the minor things that whenever someone pointed out a problem, they would, and like, okay, let's fix this. I would go, okay, here's a good example. The species that I made, the wolfen species that I made, they were kind of underpowered compared to the other species in the game. And someone brought that up. I'm like, okay, cool. I think so too. Let's try and fix this. Cool, no problem. And so, it's back and forth a lot of that. But there was also interspersed with people going, just murder them all off. Or, I don't like them, who cares? Or, you shouldn't have wrote them in the first place, etc. I was like, okay, this is one, that's not what we're discussing. Two, no one cares, it doesn't help. Like, instead of assigning blame or trying to find ways to not fix a problem, how about you fix a problem? Right?
Right.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yes, we understand your complaint. We're trying to fix it. No, we understand. It's someone's fault. I know. We're trying to... No, I understand you don't like it. We're trying to fix it.
Oh, man. That reminds me of an argument I had with players in a Shadowrun game where I was one of the admin for a MUD, basically multi-user dungeon. Those style of chat rooms. I was an admin for one of those once. And it was 3rd edition Shadowrun, and there's this small group of players, like 2 to 3 people tops, that were vehemently angry that we banned otaku. And no matter how we explained it to them, they would not listen. It's like, the problem with otaku in 3rd edition is that they're really, really good at something that they were never meant to be good at, and they're absolutely awful at the thing they're supposed to be good at. Because otaku eventually phase out and lose their connection to the spirit of machine, or whatever you want to call it. And they just have really high charisma, so they're really good faces and all that kind of stuff, but that's not what they were meant to be, because, they're otaku. They're supposed to be shut-ins. And they would not listen. It's like, we don't want to implement a class that A, sucks at what they're supposed to do, is good at something that they were never, by lore, supposed to be good at or want to do, because, they're scared of people. People are trying to experiment them on shit. And not to mention that they have a limited shelf life, per the rules. Like, after a while, you lose your abilities. That's hard-coded in the game.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
And the way we eventually finally got them to shut up about that is that we made a deal with them. Like, okay, rewrite that entire thing. Rewrite the otakus, make it balanced, submit it, and if we like it, we'll implement it. Funny thing, they never did that until by the time I left, which was a couple years later. But they got them to shut up because, like, hey, we gave you the deal. Make it balanced, and make it make sense, and we'll implement it. Until then, shut the fuck up.
The LARP that I went to, among the myriad of problems, was that they never tried to fix problems. In the rare time that they did so poorly. It became more power creep, which has its own problems. So
Yeah, that's a hard one to fix too, because that's the problem with any large user base for a game that's like all connected. Like, previous example, the mud for Shadowrun. You'd have Awaken that would just be sitting there soaking up XP and becoming more and more powerful. It's just the point of like, okay, there's no point in me being in this party with you because you can literally do everything.
Yep. That's actually what happened with. Actually, that's what happens with a lot of LARPs. Now that I think about it, especially ones that are classless. There's no like. There are archetypes, but there are no classes per se. Like you don't just get a bunch of skill points or XP to spend on things and spend them at how you want. Eventually, you get to the top of all of the skills, and you're just a giant wrecking crew, a one-person army, really. And there's no challenge for you at that point.
Yeah, I actually revisited that game earlier this year into last year. Same problem. You got Awaken that have been there since the damn game opened, and they're just like sitting around bored. It's like if you're mundane, you're basically fucked in that game. So it's like, Like,
Yep.
That's not my style of game. This became a superhero game.
Yeah, that actually happened at my LARP. It's like you need these certain sets of skills and abilities, or you have a severe handicap, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, I go home, I guess.
Yeah. And in a lot of systems, that's something that, okay, I need these skills or attributes or whatever, I can eventually get those. But if it's something that's only available in character creation, like being awakened, for example, you're just SOL.
Yeah.
And I've never been able to figure out or find a decent way of handling that kind of power creep, because, to be fair, these games weren't generally designed to host that many people playing in that same game at the same time.
Yep. The only thing I can think of is like your character has a shelf life of X amount of out of game time, or like we're gonna use the LARP, like
Mac, why?
Mac.
The button works, I guarantee it. Please don't bully.
Anyway, yeah. So like, characters have a shelf life. Like if I were going to the LARP there, I would say you got 5 years and it is retired, or X amount of events, etc. Like that. So you have a time frame as to which, and you know they'll give you a proper send off and a proper ending to for your character, but you know at some point you gotta go, otherwise it's completely unbalanced and you're just a wrecking one person army that's just gonna tear through everything.
Yeah.
And that power fantasy is nice, but when you have 49 other people on average at your LARP, or dozens of people on a mud, or whatever large group it is, it's not going to be fun for them. They're just going to be like, oh, well, they're here, so I guess they're going to handle it.
Yeah, I think.
Go.
Actually,
So go
take
take a nap.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, right. I actually did that once. I legitimately actually did that once, and nobody noticed. Because I generally played a Decker. Yeah, I'm all into magic and stuff like that, but for whatever reason, when I go into cyberpunk games, I like hacking. I don't know why that is. Anything else, I'm all about magic. In cyberpunk or any other settings like that, I'm into the hacking aspects of it. It's cool. But
Yeah.
we were doing this one height for an art gallery or whatever, and they needed a decker. I was like, oh, fuck, sweet, yes, I'm a decker. I'm absolutely down. I so rarely get to do decking jobs because the rules are kind of complicated. And everyone likes being a mage or something, or just a samurai, just shooting everything up. Like, okay, and we're just going to use the quick rules for this, so it's all one roll. I'm like, you sorry, fucking what? You're going to condense everything I can do into one fucking roll? Are you fucking kidding me? I was like, well, I don't understand the rules that well. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I still get a share of the money and the XP, so I did the roll, and then I went to go to bed. They didn't notice for a long time. So try to come, oh, I know. It's like, yeah, no, you fucking didn't. Because ain't nobody messaged me that entire time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why
Why am I here?
Right? It's like, I'm really good at what my character was really good at what he does. I was able to ace the roll, no problem. Spend some karma to reroll what I failed, and boom, everything and more that was needed to be done was done. There was another one where I was the only mundane character in a party of like 6, I think, for some scene that was going on. And keep in mind, I'm mundane. The person that running this apparently didn't fucking care, because we're all sitting in a public area. Then all of a sudden, magical voodoo bullshit starts happening, and they all are reacting and throwing out spells. My character's just sitting there with a burger half in his mouth, go, "What the fuck is happening?" And when I pose that he doesn't do anything because he doesn't see what's happening, because he's not awakened, he can't see this shit. Some old lady just kind of looks at him and just starts cackling like a witch. It's like, okay, what's that supposed to tell Argos other than there's something leaking in the air or something crazy going on that he doesn't understand? He's going to get the fuck out.
Yep.
And they're doing all the Superman hero bullshit like when they're the fucking X-Men. It was like, this isn't a dystopian setting anymore. This is not Shadowrun. This is, what's that one MMO that had the DC heroes that you could make your own characters in? Fuck. Justice League something? No.
There was Justice League one. There was also City of Heroes, which is
Yeah,
not
it's basically
DC,
that.
but it was, yeah.
It was basically the same thing, just more off-brand.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I mean...
That's basically when I left that game.
Shadowrun... yeah, I'm surprised. Shadowrun is supposed to be subtle.
Mm-hmm. And they were not.
Yeah, doing shit like
man.
that would get Lone Star out there immediately, depending on where you are.
I had to deny someone's plot that they submitted once for rewards because they just were like, wow, what the fuck? And she got mad. She swore me off of everything. She didn't want to play in anything I did anymore. She didn't want me in her games anymore. It's like, you realize that I'm still one of the people that are processing these plots, so you're not getting rid of me. But at the same time, how the fuck do you expect me to justify all this money you want to pay for you and this character you did, just 2 people, for guarding a border patrol and stopping all these amazing things when you were literally just there having a goddamn motherfucking picnic, including one of the rewards was diplomatic immunity. Ain't no fucking way a Shadowrunner's getting diplomatic immunity.
No.
Ever.
They're extremely rarely get, like, a proper sin.
Yeah. And someone using a spy cam in a car that drove by that was like the size of a fucking bread box. I'm like, is this from the 80s? This is Shadowrun. We have better tech than that. People can do that shit just using their fucking eyeball. Why'd you make it that clearly obvious that this is a spy car? And then they took down a Banshee with just a spirit using accident on it a couple times and just wrecked the thing. It's like, that thing is the wet dream of every smuggler, and you took it down with just one simple roll? No, that doesn't make sense to me. You guys look at the image of chaos rotating all around you and just eating your burgers. That's literally what happened. And I made sure he just sat there and just kind of taking a bite and slowly chewing on, what is everyone doing? Why are we doing like kung fu jumps? What the fuck is happening? Because he's just a decker. He's a damn good gunman, damn good hacker, decent reflexes. That's it. He can hold his own for like maybe 0.5 seconds against a cyber psycho or something.
I mean, in isolation, that scene is pretty funny.
Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, I'm a really good shot, but I still have to know what I'm shooting at. Well, there's some sort of weird spirit bullshit happening. I don't know. There's nothing for you to shoot at. It's not there. Well, yeah, I was both pissed and amused by that. I was like, this is literally, you cannot swing a fucking cat without hitting someone that's awakened here. And it's one of those things that, one of my biggest annoyances with it, because awakened characters are supposed to be rare. And their solution was like, only one awakened per player. You could have up to 3 characters. Only one of them could be awakened. But when you have like around 50 to 100 players, that's a lot of fucking awakened.
Yep.
And the same with the problem with any other sort of online community is that there's going to be cliques. Some people that get along better with others or do their own thing, or if you're not in those certain cliques, you might have a little bit harder time getting into anything because there are plenty of people that don't want to run a game for people that they just don't know. Which, fair.
Yeah.
But the only way I could think of actually doing it, and you can't really do it this way because, again, you can't get people to just retire their characters. We had incentives for people to retire their characters when they got strong, but not too many people would do it because they really like playing these characters, and that's fair. But at the same time, after a certain point, you just shouldn't be involved in the games anymore. You should just be there to role play or whatever.
Yeah, like there's that power creep and stuff like that, and people.
It's a problem.
In large play like that, like that's one of the fears that I wanted to do a league play for Shadowrun. So you have a few GMs, and they post as their fixer and say, "This is the job I have," and then people sign up for what they want to do, and they play, and then each session is up to 2 weeks in game time and things like that. And that's cool, but that would probably happen too. Eventually, players will get to such a high level that any challenge is no longer a challenge and they should retire. But at that point, you can just like what was it, like 100 times the Nuyen for a lifestyle, and you get it permanently.
Yeah.
So if you got a big enough payout, you can say, okay, just buy higher luxury lifestyle or whatever it is you want, or whatever you can afford. Buy that permanently, retire. I mean, that's kind of the big payouts like that is like a Shadowrunner's dream.
Yeah, you won the game at that point. Congratulations. Most people die getting here.
Exactly. And you should be proud of that. There should be like a little memorial plaque on your Discord or whatever saying, this person made it.
Yeah.
And that could be cool. It could be cool at LARP. It could be cool at this league play or this mud or whatever it is. You're in the Hall of Fame. Congrats. Try again with a different type of character. Have a different story.
Though I am proud of the fact that I got 2 people to never want to run in my games again for just one very small fact. They were convinced I was going to kill them one day. Because I put the fear of death in them that severely. They survived. No one died in any of my games there. But they came fucking close.
So they thought maybe you were a killer GM?
What I am. I mean, I'm not going to shy away from death, but I don't go out of my way trying to kill people either.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you're killer GM meaning like you're there to kill off the characters. Period.
Yeah.
Like, rocks fall, everybody dies. Make new characters. Ha.
Wait, so
That's what I mean by killer GM.
Yeah.
Challenging them, but giving them consequences for failing. That's fine.
And I had to point out to this, like, if I wanted you guys dead, you'd have been dead. Because take a good look at how I ran this. For the first half of this scenario, everything was stun damage or non-lethal. It was only when you guys started going down into the mines that it went to lethal rounds and they were actively trying to kill you. Because it was like 2 Wendigos took over a mining town and the entire area was basically a cult to these Wendigos. It was a lot of fun. And 2 people, one person actually never ran in any game again because he was terrified that he'd end up dying. Like, so he just basically all but retired than there, basically. Which, on one hand, I'm proud of, on the other hand, I'm just like, I didn't even go that hard, guys. Come on. You won. What do you want?
You did the thing. You survived. You didn't need that arm. You had a second one. It's fine.
Yeah. The other player that did that were still running in games where they wouldn't run in any mine, and they told me that, and that is like, you're supposed to be one of my friends. That's kind of fucked up that you're not going to play in the games I'm running because you think I'm going to kill you. It's like, at that point, if you just want an easy baby game, what the fuck are you doing in any tabletop?
Okay,
especially a game as brutal as this one.
Okay, yeah, fair point. I will say there is catharsis and fun in just smashing the goblins. You know?
Mhm.
Like, you can do that. I mean, Diablo 2, any of the Diablo games, or, you know, stuff like that. Sometimes I'll just play StarCraft on easy mode because I want to see the Zerg go kablooey.
Yeah.
That's fine. So if that's the game that all of you want to play and agree to, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this case, if that's what they're expecting, but it's Shadowrun, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be low stakes.
Yeah.
But so yeah, so I can see your point there. But there is validity in just like I'm gonna smash the goblins.
Yeah. I mean, there are plenty of games where you can go and literally just do the power fantasy just fine without having any issue, because even if you do die, you could just be brought back in those games. In Shadowrun, you're literally just one dice roll away from certain death. Same as in Call of Cthulhu. All it takes is one bad dice roll, and you're dead. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. That's it. That's all she wrote.
Yep. You're one bad roll from all the Red Samurai coming out.
Mm-hmm. Or that enemy marksman on the other side just happened to roll real fucking well, and your head goes up like a grape.
I was running Shadowrun for a little while, and I had one character who was just a big dumbass. The player was fine, but like he wanted to test security at a wedding venue at Bellevue, so I just pulled out his Ares Predator and fired from the air a few times.
Oh no!
In the book, Lone Star is supposed to arrive in 1 die 6 minutes.
Uh-oh. You rolled a 1, didn't you?
Actually, they rolled like a 4. Everyone got out, but like the Johnson was there. It was the Johnson was hiring some Shadowrunners for extra security for their wedding, because I believe it was a combat bike star and it was being married, but they wanted the extra security for that, so they hired some Shadowrunners in addition to security.
Oh god, that reminds me of the luckiest character. I never wanted to be that lucky. It annoyed me so much. I made this troll basically a critter hunter, because I like the critters in Shadowrun. They're really interesting, and I like monsters and all that kind of stuff. And there's an entire rule set that, hey, if you take enough damage, a limb or an organ, something is probably going to be replaced by a cyber component. So I made him completely pure. No cybernetics in him whatsoever, except for just a simple smart gun and cyber eye, so he could go hunting. Because he was like basically based off of the old timey hunters who would just go and catch the next big game or whatever. That son of a bitch soaked every fucking wound that came his way. He never ever got any cyberware replacements at all. And I'm just sitting there going, why? I designed you with this very thing in mind. I have a bankroll sitting to the side to upgrade you when you finally lose your fucking arm. Will you fucking go down? And he wouldn't. I made him so underpowered and underwhelming, but his fucking trolls are damn near impossible to kill, apparently.
Yeah.
And I was just like, fuck. You're ruining my character design, Turk. Come on.
Now it's just 40% scar tissue.
Pretty much. Oh, God. Do you remember that really bad Shadowrun game that was basically like a Shadowrun skin on Counter-Strike, but not nearly as good as Counter-Strike?
Oh, boy, yes, I do.
Oh, God.
It was a mediocre shooter.
It wasn't even that good.
You're right. You know what? You're right. It wasn't. Oh, look what they did to Shadowrun. Oh, no.
Oh, God. Everyone was so pissed. A friend bought that, played it for a while, and was like, this game really fucking sucks. And, hey, you like Shadowrun? I was like, yeah. You're not going to like this game, but I don't want it anymore. Please take it away from me. Okay. Because I think that was the first Shadowrun game we'd ever gotten since the Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo 1.
I believe so, yeah. That came well before the Shadowrun Returns and subsequent games.
Yeah, one of the people that was actually involved in that Shadowrun was involved in Shadowrun Returns. And the only
Yep.
reason I know this is because he held up a little sign saying, "I'm sorry," and everyone suddenly just started
Yeah.
pelting him with paper balls, just pegging.
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
They did that as a joke. They're like, yeah, this guy was involved in it, but you know what? Let's make up for it.
Right.
It's great.
At least owned the mistake.
One mistake, laughed about it, they moved forward. It was fine. And
So-
Shadowrun Return was a great game.
Yeah, a lovely game. I need to play those again one day, actually.
It's need to play Hong Kong.
Yeah, I haven't played Hong Kong. I played a little bit of Dragonfall. I beat the first one. Got like halfway
Oh,
through Dragonfall. Haven't gotten around
Dragonfall was
to.
good.
Yeah.
I recommend you finish it. It was good.
That troll character at the beginning, I about wanted to bitch slap her so hard. I was like, "Bitch, I will shove the shotgun where the sun don't shine. Don't test me." What was that other Shadowrun game? Yeah, Shadowrun Chronicles, Boss and Lockdown that came out after Shadowrun Returns because they were like, "Oh wait, people like Shadowrun again." That was pretty
Yeah,
good.
that one flopped. I tried. There was an attempt at an MMO and it didn't work out.
It didn't work out. No, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Like there was no point in playing a decker in that game at all because you had like a decker that was always doing Overwatch for you and doing all the really important decking stuff. It's like, well, there's no point for you playing that character then. Shit. All I'm doing is just like doing a crowd control stun that thing, and that's it.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad for the low price of free, but it wasn't good either.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's take 5 real quick and see if anyone in chat that's lurking wants to ask any questions. If not, I do have one quick question. Were you here when we did the 44 rules of D&D?
I don't remember. I remember seeing them. No, I wasn't on chat. I wasn't in the on stream with you guys. I think I was in the. I was in chat. I was not discussing with you.
I was just wondering if maybe we should go through those again while we're waiting on the others, just so I can get your take on some of these rules.
Sure.
Yeah, so we can do that real quick after we get something to drink and use the bathroom real quick. Let me turn this music up for everybody. And I will be back in just a moment.
Okie doke.
back.
Welcome back.
I have liquid to soothe my throat.
Welcome back.
I should probably mute you on this one. There we go. There we go. God, now I want to play Shadowrun again.
Me too.
I still have all the 3rd edition books, but I probably will not relearn 3rd edition to run that game. Oh, Lord.
That's for the best, honestly.
I think I've got...
6 are pretty.
I can't remember what edition I've got after. I think I have 5th somewhere. 4th I didn't
5th is
care
good.
much for, I don't think.
No, that's fine.
I think with 4th, there's like, you can literally come out of your character charging like the best in the world at a particular skill. I'm just like, really? Right off the bat? Where's the character growth at that point? It's the thing that was 4th.
Yeah. Can't remember. I know 5th you can get up. Skills will go up to 12, but you can only start up to 6
Yeah.
skill points in a skill, so there's still growth.
So let me find these rules. These rules are actually what inspired me to do a GMs Chat in the first place, because I saw everyone shitting on this guy and not actually going through all the rules. Like, look, I can understand shitting in the game, but at the same time, let's look at the other underlying issue that this guy clearly had.
Yeah, I remember all this. Yeah. We'll go through it anyway, but yeah, please.
So we find where I bookmarked it. At least I thought I bookmarked it. Did I not? Oh, hey, this Shadowrun timeline. Oh my god, that's always a trip to read, too.
Oh, jeez.
I'll send that to you in a second. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and send that to you real quick, because it's a fun read.
Okay.
Libya gets nuked off the face of the map at no less than 3 different times throughout this timeline. There you go. Let's see. They're not numbered, but these are some of the rules here. So I am not the OP. And he removed his post like almost immediately because I don't think he expected it to blow up as big as it did.
Yeah, you never are.
Let's see, my DM put this in chat after a hiatus. Enjoy. I'll just put shit out now that's going to change before anyone goes through anything. 1, I'm timing turns. I don't give a fuck if it's unfair in your opinion, because your spells are hard or you don't know what square to move to. You get 1 minute to know all your actions you want to take, or I skip your turn. If you got a big group, that's kind of fair.
Yeah.
As like, what were you doing before it became your turns? Like, you're not like figuring out what you want to do by then.
Yeah, you gotta be, like if you don't know what you're gonna do at the beginning of your turn, unless they're like brand.
Yeah.
Like I knew someone whose first turn they like took 20 minutes to take their turn.
Oh,
Because
fucking
they were
hell.
but the thing is, they were so anxious about making the correct move and perhaps being, berated for making the wrong move that they got sort of paralysis from that.
Ah.
So, like,
I could see that,
they're
yeah.
mostly just angry that she took a long time. But like, we asked her for asked her if she like, "Can you help anything? You want suggestions?" Like, no. Okay. No.
So, do something?
Yeah. So I think that was the problem there. It's like brand new, didn't want to make a mistake, worried that there'd be out of game backlash for it.
Yeah. 2. If you want harder fights, bring a second character sheet and expect to twiddle your thumbs when you die. I'm not going to baby anyone. I'm not sure what he means by bring a second character sheet and then twiddle your thumbs. Like, what, until they can bring that character in or something? What?
Yes, that's another thing. And like, yeah, okay, you want backup character? If you want a harder time, then yeah, go for it. You can always up the difficulty if everyone wants harder stuff.
Yeah. Or, play a different game, because there are some games that have very severe consequences. Like Call of Cthulhu, Cult, or again, Shadowrun or Cyberpunk, where you can die very easily. In fact, in Cyberpunk, that's how you become a legend. By blowing it in epic fashion. Ooh, or even Paranoia, where you want to die in the most hilarious fashion.
Yep.
Let's see. 3. If you call me or my roles unfair, I'll get up and go home. If you got to ride with me, you can find your own way back and suck it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to get a ride with this guy.
Right. I'm going to take your... Yeah, right. This guy's like, Jesus.
So, hold on. You want harder fights, but also the roles are unfair?
Right.
Okay. You can't have it both ways.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Next one is, I'm going to take your character's loot away as regularly as you want it given out. Rule 3 will apply here. Which is, if you call me or my roles unfair, I'll get up and go home.
Okay, so he's taking stuff away from them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I can't really defend him too well on this one. I can't really play devil's advocate there, because nobody wants to... Unless you're doing it in a way that enhances the story, or they can have a chance to get it back. Or it's like a consequence of failure of some sort.
Yeah.
But just to go, yoink, this is mine now, some random loot goblin stole it. It's like, yeah, you're just going to piss people off doing that.
Yeah. That's lame.
Yeah. If you don't pick up cues for side quests, that's not my problem. Get over yourself, it's not a video game. It's a role-playing, pen and paper-based game with miniatures. I'm not holding your hand if you choose not to pursue shit.
That's okay. Like, you can put out little breadcrumbs here and there to go off on a side quest, but if they don't pick it up, that's fine. Whatever. I wouldn't be such a dick about it, but...
Yeah. If anything, I might drop bigger crumbs going, please do this. I spent a long time working on the side quest. Please go do it.
Yeah. Also, you skipped 5.
Oh, yep, so I did. They're not numbered, so it's throwing me off.
Oh, I found a numbered one.
Oh, please give me that list. That would make this so much easier to follow.
I got you.
Ah, thank you. This is actually, I think, the one I was actually looking for. I thought I had bookmarked. Ah, much better. 5. If you don't act out any of your persuasion or intimidation or any other social checks, you fail before you even roll. You fail immediately because you aren't even trying and you're making the game lame for everyone else.
I'd push back on this. Like,
yeah.
Not everyone is a great role player, and some people aren't very confident in their social skills.
Yeah. Man, as far as that goes, like, just give me an idea of what you're saying to them. You don't have to, like, act it out or give a great speech. I just need to have an idea of what you're saying so I can react to it.
Yep. That's it. Just give me a vague idea of how you're trying to persuade or intimidate this person. Are you trying to strong-arm them? Are you trying to seduce them? Are you trying to... how are you approaching this? And then I'll give me a roll.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to say something, but don't. Yeah, right.
You don't need to act everything out if you don't want to. If you want to make a scene out of it, absolutely go ahead. But sometimes you just need a roll.
Yeah, I mean, I will constantly ask people, okay, so what are you saying to them? Or, like, you don't have to act the whole thing out or put any emphasis or anything. I just need something. So that depending on how the roll goes, I know how to react. Because although as it turns out that horror story we did last time where all of a sudden you call this dude's girlfriend a whore and tried to openly buy her in the middle of the street and you don't have any memory of doing so. Remember that story? That was a messed up one.
Yeah, that was fucked up. Number 7.
If you move to a square in combat, there's no takebacks. To a point, I will agree with this.
yeah, if you end your turn and then you get smoked, too bad. But if it's like still in the middle of your turn, like, oh, actually no, I want to move here. Actually, like changing your mind. Of your action, like that's I'll let that go. That's fine because there's nothing finalized there, so it's fine. But yeah, once your turn is done and the next person's done, next.
Yeah, I mean, if you move somewhere and you're like, oh wait, this isn't the position I thought was going to be as advantageous for me, can I move over here? And says, yeah, that's fine. However, if you are going around something and you reveal more of the map and there's enemies there, and you go, oh wait, I didn't mean to move there. Too late now. You've aggroed people. It's like, you know it's there now. We can't just pretend you didn't see that. Like, took one step too many, and now you just saw the next room with people in there. Why'd you go that way, you silly goober?
Yeah. Too bad.
But at the same time, I also don't time my turn, so when they see that in the initial panic of, oh, fuck, where's down, they at least have a chance to, discuss, okay, what the fuck are we going to do now? We got, like, a whole another room of enemies about to come over here right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, if it's just, like, a simple, like, oh, I didn't mean to move here, I wanted to move here instead, yeah, that's fine. But if it was, like, you actually revealed something, it's like, oh, I didn't mean to go there, it's like, too bad. Well, like, I closed the door. Too late for that.
Yep,
God, so many times I get that comment. It's like, they open the door, see what's in the room, go like, I closed the door. It's like, too late. They saw you. Oh, they see me. Oh, still, the door fucking moved. It creaks when it opens. Hello? Like, look at the design of this door. It's a big wooden door. They aren't quiet.
I mean, you can run.
That's always
an option.
That's always an option. Number 8. You tell every single person what you're doing before you do it. You don't fucking roll dice and then say you're casting fireball. You tell us all. I absolutely fully agree with this one. I hate when someone just rolls a dice and for no reason. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I didn't ask for a dice roll.
Yep. Yeah, order of operations. Declare your action, roll the dice.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're just digging around with dice and then, oh, wait, this is a good roll. I should use it for something.
Yeah.
I don't have any players that would do that anymore. But the fact of the matter is, like, it's, especially since there are some things you just don't need to roll the dice for. It's like, if I didn't hide it and it's easy to see, you don't need a perception check because I'm going to tell you it's there because it's not hidden. Like, no number on that dice, even a nat 1's going to make you not see the script written on the wall in blood.
Right.
Unless, you're using dark vision. Then you might miss it because, well, you can't read with dark vision.
That's right, yeah.
9. I will give out exhaustion more frequently. If you argue, go home, or you can actually fight me over it, or you can DM yourself. Actually fight me.
Yeah, this is like super hostile to the point of like, I'm going to physically fight me over giving you exhaustion.
Right.
It's actually a game.
Now,
What the fuck, dude? No, like. Also, go home, or you can actually fight me, or you can DM yourself. Oh, like, didn't he say he'll go home?
yeah. It's like, so I guess this.
So I guess the DM is not hosting at his home,
Or they're doing a round robin hosting thing? I don't know. Like, whose turn is it to host? I have no idea. Well, this is the fact that he used the term, you can actually fight me. It's like, fuck. Whoever this dude is, and he is done. It's around this point that most people stop and go, yeah, this dude's an absolute dick. That's not how you talk to players. But I swear, they didn't read further down to see some of the other rules. Like, no, those further rules explain some shit. This dude is 100% done. And I don't know why he's even entertaining DMing for them anymore.
yeah, like, okay, I'm gonna empathize with this person for a moment. The players that I had when I was a kid, I can understand the frustration.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes me feel like this person is a teenager.
I believe they're either in the later years of high school or they're in the early years of, actually I think it's early years of college. Because he mentions drinking and drugs later.
Well,
So-
I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I don't think these are.
They're not full
He has
adults.
some. Yeah, they're not full adults. They're still young dumbasses, whether they're adults or not. But yeah, I think this person wants a game taken a bit more seriously, or taken with more care or heart, and the others are just there to.
I mean, and
Bugs
these rules also came
alcohol.
out after a hiatus, so he took a break. He had time to cool down before he made these rules. So,
Man.
what's that say about the players? Either he's making these rules in hopes that they'll say, nah, fuck, we won't play D&D then, so he could be left alone? Or, I don't know. It's just wow. So, let's go on to rule number 10. Every snide comment you make to an NPC will be remembered and paid back in triplicate. You all seem to believe there is little consequence. I can get behind that.
Yep. NPCs like crap, and they're gonna treat you like crap. Start
Yeah.
raising prices.
Telltale Walking Dead. George will remember that. Clementine will remember that. It's like, I actually had a couple players that were fresh to my table who were both stunned and overjoyed when they found out that I was going to kill them. Because they played in the game with no consequence for so long that they were literally just doing stupid shit just because they could, just to make it more interesting.
Yeah.
And then they, on the first session of my game, they were unconscious and were about to die, and they were actually, oh my god, they're actually invested because there's finally fucking consequences for my actions.
Yeah.
One of them ended up in the stocks for a few days because of a misunderstanding. And he was fucking thrilled. I was like, really? I was feeling guilty that you were out of the game for a good bit because there was nothing for you to really do. It's like, no, dude. I was like, there's actually consequences. I fucked up and I paid for it.
Yep.
It's like, he absolutely loved that.
Yep, that is absolutely valid and wonderful that you want a game with consequences.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's just as valid as wanting to just smash goblins.
Which again, this is also one of the things of like session 0. What sort of game are we after here? If we're just after like murder hobos, then we need to style the game based on that and put you in a fucking dungeon. But at the same time, if you want to do murder hobo in like a village or something, people outside don't tend to like murder hobos much.
No, they don't.
Let's see. Which I had to explain to one player is like, look, I can't help but notice that with every NPC I put out there, you are an absolute dick to, and then you get pissy when they bite back. What the fuck do you expect to happen when you talk to somebody like that?
What was their answer?
I think they just kind of shut down and moped for a bit.
Ah,
That was one of the players I eventually had to kind of kick.
yeah, makes sense.
Because they said they're going to walk through Waterdeep as Arcane Trickster and try to use Mage Hand to just pickpocket random people on the way through the marketplace. And rolled absolutely terribly, and then basically rage quit before I could even explain what happened, because I had them roll stealth first. Then I had them roll sleight of hand to see if they could actually pull it off. The sleight of hand, they failed badly. But before I could say that, they didn't see who did it. They just know that someone tried something. Well, it's invisible. They should have been. It's still a somatic and verbal component that you're still moving, gesturing, and speaking words of power. And even then, they're going to notice that their fucking coin purse is lifting by itself off of their belt. But they rage quit before that happened. It's like, okay, we are absolutely done. You don't want consequences for your actions. You're out.
Yeah.
Like, go play one of the previous Baldur's Gate games where you could save scum. Which, nothing wrong with save scumming. I've done that myself a few times.
Yeah. I like to think of myself as a ret connoisseur.
Right? I like that, Ret Connoisseur. I like that.
Wish I could take credit.
Oh, God. Let's see, where was it? Oh, yeah. You will not be given a mega dungeon every session. A temple is not the size of a small city, neither is a cave. This shit will happen when it's natural and organic. Go play some roguelike if you want that. That's fair. Mega dungeons are fucking hard to pull off. Especially if you're trying to make them somewhat realistic with an ecosystem and all that shit. Like, say, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, the most famous mega dungeon.
Yeah, like, yeah, and not everything is going to be a big fucking giant dungeon crawl. Sometimes you're just traveling to a town or some other thing. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're storming a castle, other times you're clearing out a shack.
Yep.
And so a lot of dungeons, even then, are only like maybe a couple floors, if that. It all depends on what that dungeon was built for. 12. The travel portion is done. You want to travel continents doing literally whatever you want, whenever you want? Go play World of Warcraft or play D&D with AI.
Oof. Yeah, if you don't want anything to really happen during travel, you just go and that's fine. But like, it sounds like this person did a lot of traveling and they now want to play in this general vicinity for a while. They don't want to just like have the PCs go, let's fuck off to the other continent.
Yeah.
This is part of the respect for the GM's designs, right? Like, they designed a homemade meal for you. They made a homemade meal for you. Please enjoy it. Don't go out for pizza.
That's actually a really good analogy. I like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was part of the thing with Brennan Lee Mulligan and Adam Conover, the interview they did recently. Like,
I should watch that.
Yeah, here, I'll get the topic for you.
That actually sounds really useful. I'll have to watch that one.
Yeah, they talked about a lot of different things, but that is one of them.
Yeah. And that does make perfect sense. Like, I put a lot of work into this area. Can we play in this area for a little while and not just fuck off? Let's see, 13. If you're late with no good reason, I'm going to have your character's hit points for the entire session. I find it hard to argue this one because I hate it when people are late and don't tell me beforehand that they're going to be late.
Yeah, I understand the frustration here. I don't know if I'd go that harsh. Maybe
Yeah.
a warning or something, but although this guy's on his last legs, so...
Yeah. I mean, it's like... I have time blindness as well, to the point that I've become paranoid that when it's almost time to do something, even if it's only a couple hours away, I will not do anything else but wait for that time to come. Because I don't want to accidentally miss the time and be the one that's causing everything to be late.
Yeah.
Like, I've gotten better about it over the years, but for the most part, when the time is approaching, I will, at most, watch a few videos and kill time. I won't do anything else like play a game or read anything. I will literally just do the most brain-dead activity I can until it's time to go. So,
yeah, that's fair.
I can absolutely get that. And I think this is about where, ow! Why unjust?
Second lump.
I think this is where XP to level 3. That's where he stopped reading this and it's like, okay, you really should read more of these rules, buddy.
Yeah.
Maybe
that was all he could stomach.
Yeah, he was jumping on the train of just like shitting on the DM completely. He's like, you guys aren't reading the underlying problems here. Call me Sam Rice because I've been here the whole time. I will go Brennan Lee Mulligan on your ass. Having HP is a weird punishment, though, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just not actually here. Yeah, it's like,
harsh.
I can understand being absolutely livid with someone being late that frequently that you'd have to feel the need to make a rule like that, but that's still like, that doesn't really solve it. Blem. Let's see where we're at. Here we go. I'm going to do this real quick. No, just in case. I don't think he does, but just in case. they're just playing the game of no game.
I love no game.
Yeah, speaking of, you just lost the game. Those that are lurking in chat might rise up now. Hang on.
Yeah, there it is.
There's one. There's two. It was in the constellation. Reading the line "no game" made me think of the game, so I lost right then and there. So, per the rules, I have to announce that I lost the game, and so did everyone else now. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Everyone just lost the game. Welcome in. There you go. He's just waiting for that fucking bonk to come off cooldown now. I know it. He's just sitting there waiting on that countdown. No, not my bread. What will I have toast with? Let's see. Rule number 14. If you don't show up for no good reason, that will be determined by me alone if no one else has the guts to say shit for fear of upsetting one another. The first time you'll find yourself losing either a whole level or up to 3 major items of your own. The second time you do it in a row, you'll be removed from the chat and the group full stop. I have no fucking time for people to not show up. So yeah, no call, no show mentality there.
Yeah, again, just super aggressive problem. Like, but yeah, if you're showing up, if you're not showing up frequently, then yeah, you should probably not be there.
Yeah. Speaking of, I should probably clean out GMs Chat for some of those that have been showing up lately. Make room for a few other GMs down the line. I'll remove all the berries from everything in your house. No! I will coat them in acid. It's also just bring up the question of where the fuck are they running their games? Because now he's talking about like it's an online game. Removing from chat and all that. I was like, wait.
Maybe they have a separate group chat.
Maybe. And this is where things start to make a bit more sense. Well, the last two rules also make sense. Okay, so he's got people that are just not respecting his time at all. And then this comes up. 15. If you get too stoned or drunk to play, I will go home without a warning. Your warning is here.
Fair.
Yeah. It's like, as again, respecting the entire time thing. You're just going to fuck off and just get drunk and wasted. And just if you just want to hang out, then we can literally just load up a video game and we can play multiplayer games.
Put on a movie, have some drinks or something. That's fine. If that's the evening you want, cool.
Yeah. Okay, there's absolutely nothing wrong with spending your evening like that by getting drunk or getting stoned, whatever, and just hanging out with the boys and girls and having a good, grand old time. But if you want someone to run a D&D game, you have to remember that someone's spending a lot of time preparing that game for you. And it really sucks when you get disrespected like that.
Yeah.
Let's see. 16.
Yeah, actually, that would be my rule too. Like, just be sober enough to play.
Yeah.
That's all I ask. You want to have a glass of wine there or something? Fine. I'm not super keen on pot, but do it in the back, outside, where it's not going to bother anyone. And you don't do too much. I'll find a way to cope.
Yeah.
But you know, if you can't find your fucking feet.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like taking the edge off or relaxing and just getting in the mood with like you said, a little bit of wine or in my case whiskey because I don't like wine, or hell, a couple beers. But it's when you overdo it. You're green up above. Oh, Alex's color. Is she green? I'll have to take your word for it.
She is a different shade of green from Just, but yes.
I can't even tell you what color she is on my screen. I think she's purple on mine, but don't take my word for it. I'm colorblind.
I figured that was what was going on.
16. If you get up for a bong or smoke or whatever break every 10 minutes, I will simply pack up and go home. I'm sick of waiting for every bloke to be at the table. So not only are they in early days of college, they're English.
Yep. Okay. So we have a vague location.
Right? As I don't know too many other locations that use the term bloke unironically.
Yeah. Yeah, like,
Because I don't think Australians use bloke. They use another word.
if your group is kind of separated in game and you're not currently in the scene and you want to go take a break for whatever, sure.
Yeah.
Be reasonable about it, but sure. But yeah, if you're gonna break every 10 minutes, like, yeah, I agree. Like, we can set time for breaks, like,
Yeah,
every
once an
hour,
hour.
every 90 minutes, yeah, something like that. Just get up 5-10 minutes. You know, that's not bad. Like, but yeah, if you're constantly interrupting game for some shit like this, then yeah, that's a pisser. Okay.
Yeah, bloke is a British thing. I said English, which I kind of equate with them being the same thing. Which maybe it's not the same thing. I don't know. I'm not that cultured, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought British and English were more or less the same.
I thought so too. Maybe I'm mistaken. Or maybe they heard me say Australian because I was trying to remember what Australians call each other because it wasn't bloke, it was something else. I think. Mate? No.
Yeah, it's me.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But if there's a difference between the English and British, do let me know because I'm curious now. 17. Guidance, divination spells, owls, and whatever spells I decide are too fucking stupid are banned. Outright. No more fucking guidance. Really? Guidance?
Yeah,
Just-
guidance.
it's just a
that's
D4.
like what, one die 4? Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
an extra die 4. Who cares? Maybe they're using it wrong. I don't know. Also, what's wrong with owls?
Flyby attack. For familiar. I can see that being
Yes.
annoying. Because if an owl is your familiar, you can use a touch spell through your familiar. And with an owl,
yeah.
they have flyby attack. So I can see that being real annoying. That I wouldn't ban it myself, but
No, that seems kind of minor.
I don't think I've actually outright banned any spells in my game. I've strongly advised against certain spells that weren't as good as people thought they were, like, True Strike, because it's a garbage spell. No, I've banned classes, but I don't think I've actually banned any spells. Oh god, no, don't do it. Unjust, don't, man. Come on. Come on, my poor competent child, please don't do it. I'm bracing for it. Well, let's go ahead and continue on until he finally cracks my skull. 18. You get one chance at a skill check. If you fuck up, your party doesn't get their chance to do the same check. Think careful who's good at what. I half agree with that. It is annoying seeing everyone dogpile a single skill check. And
Yeah.
it's like, guys, the help action exists for a fucking reason.
Yep. Help actions or things like that. Or, like,
Uh-oh.
if you have two lockpick people with lockpick skills, then maybe they can take a shot at it. But, like, yeah, for the most part, just like going in order of everyone trying, unless it's like something like spot checks or something, something that's passive
Yeah.
or kind of universal, and that's fine. But like, yeah, I agree with this one.
Yeah, but because if it's something that needs to be passed to continue the story, then why do you need a difficult skill check for it? And Alex has made a new redeem. You can do better than that. Balls to the wall voice acting. Ooh. Oh god, I need to go back and chat real quick. Hang on. Let me scroll down on this phone, see what the hell y'all saying. Da, 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 da. Did you know Lore won't see your message? Put an exclamation point in front of it. Ain't no way. It was. Jeremy sucks and deserves for his TV remote to stop working right when he turns it on and the volume is way too loud. That's mean. You're right. And then the sorry, Jeremy. God damn it, unjust. And shot. What are we taking a shot of, Alex? Well, I make you redeem for better voice acting, which, hey, I'm not doing voice acting right now. Tee-hee. Mute that. Go to Creator Dashboard. Friendly reminder that Unjust just uses... Oh, right.
No,
Anything strong.
Yep, no skinny bitch for you.
Where is it? There it is. No, for that's supposed to be eerie. This is really relaxing music. Let's go to the next track. Hey, an alarm sound. Perfect. Shadow points. Hey, hit pets. Thank you, Unjust.
Hey.
How should I make that redeem cost?
Everyone gets head pets with me. People just keep pushing my button.
Before I bunk you. No!
Oh no.
Let's see, my usual voice acting redeems cost how much?
God damn it, La Nina.
I think my regular ones cost 5,000, so we'll make this one cost 10. Nah, we'll make it cost the same, 5,000.
There it is. They've got ads.
No.
Apparently,
Evil
I'm not
ads.
seeing them yet, but
Ad break ends in 55 seconds, apparently.
okay.
My regular voices cost 1,000 points. Okay, this one's gonna be 5,000 just because they really want me to throw it in there. All right, so ads will be done in about 30 seconds,
Okay.
and I need to take that shot for Alex. So, well, this is what you're talking about. The you can do better. That's if I'm doing voice acting, you don't think I'm doing it well enough or giving it my all. You remind me to give it my all, basically.
So forcing you to not half-ass it.
Yeah. Or if because sometimes when I'll start a voice, I'll forget that I'm doing the voice, and I'll just kind of slip back into my regular voice after a while. So that'll also help to remember that. All right, this is the last shot of ride we got. To your health, Alex. Oh, that settled at the bottom there. Oh, God, ow. I was like eating a mouthful of pepper. That. You see my point so I can mute Eve. Still Broken Chills channel.
Well, there's a brief reprieve then.
That bottle of rye pre-prohibition is done. Oh, why was that last one so strong? Rye normally has like a little a peppery taste to it, like the black pepper. That was like I just took a black pepper grinder and just put it all in my mouth. She allowed me to mute her in her own stream. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're on 19. Discussion of metagame details in games will result in instant damage to your character. Okay.
No, you can just give warning and then say leave.
Yeah.
Discussing, like, yeah. Metagaming kind of sucks when it's something to be avoided. It's like, which, by the way, taking things out of game and then bringing them into the game, that's called metagaming. That's not.
Yeah. Which, granted, there are some things that's really hard not to do, like trolls in regeneration, for example. It's such a common known thing now outside of the game that even new players know of it. So it's really hard to kind of like justify saying that's metagaming for certain things when it's something well known like that. Even if your characters have never seen a fucking troll before. But that's one of those milder versions. Rule 20. Rules lowering fellow players is encouraged. Actually me will just result in me telling you to fuck off. We don't like rules lawyers, we like rules scholars.
That's right. And also, bring something in the middle of the game that might not be great unless it's something really egregious. But if it's smaller mistakes or things like that, just bring it up after the game to say, hey, I think it was supposed to go like this, and then, do the correct thing going forward.
Yeah. Webby Mother.
Doesn't have to be a big thing.
Exactly, yeah. Mother is running a little late. She will be here soon. Still amuses me to no end that you have basically adopted her. Let's see. But I think she'll be here in a little bit, I think. Hopefully. She's normally here on these days. So all the more reason for you to save your points and not bonk me. Peace. And then they just faded off into the background. Sorry. Roll 21. You roll your dice within view of two players who aren't your standard. You roll them neatly and you roll them on the table. Failing to do these three things will autofill whatever you roll you did. Arguing that you actually rolled validly when you clearly didn't is an automatic critical fail. I've had to do a similar rule to that before.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what they mean by your standard, but
I guess two guys that aren't like your bros or something? I have no idea, actually.
I don't know. But, I Dice Boot or Dice Tower will solve this problem.
Yeah. Someone that would roll the dice, and just before I could see what they would, he would snatch it up and declare what he rolled. It's like, no, the fuck you did, and that thing didn't finish rolling.
Yeah. Actually, make a Dice Tower with my printer. I actually made a GM screen. I should actually show photos of that.
He's just running late and committing various evil curses. Nice.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
You're welcome, Unjust. I will slip up on occasion, but I will try to correct myself. Let's see, where was it? Oh yeah, 22. Instant death traps and mechanics are coming into place. If you call these things unfair moving forward, I will laugh at you and tell you to fuck off and cry some more.
Instant death traps suck because they don't allow for player choice.
Yeah. There are certain situations where I can see it, but you better really make it clear that this is a bad idea, whatever they're about to do.
Yeah.
See me turning my father into pink mist. Ever tell you that story, Jill?
I think I remember hearing something about this. Don't recall the entire story.
Well, this was during a Curse of Strahd game, and they'd gotten a side quest trying to keep an eye out for a missing child. To this date, no one has found that missing child, by the way. But they saw a carriage that was locked that said, "Do not enter." And he was like, "I bet you that kid's in there." He went up to there, listened to the thing that was testing it. It was locked from the outside, pretty decent lock. They were going to be able to get it. This guy's DM's a meat factor. Sometimes, yes. And when he was listening to the thing, I told me that you hear the tinkling of many glass bottles. Like the wall is full of glass bottles. It jiggles just a little bit, you hear them clinking. And decided that despite that, he's still going to break into this thing, pull the door open, and he sees attached to the door was a wire that dropped down a Greek fire. And all those glass bottles that were clinking was Greek fire. There was a crater where that carriage once stood. And it was so much damage that it not only went double over his max HP, it went triple over his max HP. There was nothing left of that character. They became pink mist. Another character was a barbarian, Goliath, that was on the outskirts of that blast, who managed to succeed a saving throw and still almost instant died.
Oh no.
And my dad was just like, yeah, that's... I can't really do anything about that one. That was on me. It's like, I've tried warning you without outright telling you don't do this. But she still laughs about it to this day because it was funny. But the only other place I could think of where it's acceptable to put instant death traps is if that's one of the selling points of like a dungeon, like say Tomb of Annihilation or Tomb of Horrors. Like, they are well aware of what they're getting into before they get into it, you know?
Yeah.
But even then, there's ways to avoid them. The only one you can't avoid is like the one with the Orb of Annihilation where you climb into it, which is in that case like, you climbed into it. The fuck do you want? You did that to yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, instant death traps just suck for everyone involved.
Yep. I don't do them. You can get out of them, or they'll have consequences, but there won't be instant death.
Yeah. Let's see. 23. I will not give you random magical items, and vendors will not stock them. They are meant to be rare and hard to acquire. Fair. Depending on the level and magical strength of the campaign you're running, anyway.
Yeah. If you're in water deep, you're probably gonna find some stuff there that's pretty magical. But if you're in the middle of fucking nowhere, then yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, I guess that's probably why 5th edition didn't have GP values to a lot of their magic items.
Yeah, they actually got rid of a lot of their magic items too, which was really annoying.
Yeah.
That still irritates me. They just felt like they removed way too much. Let's see. 24. Random encounters in the form of random dragons or strange mysterious road trader or a band of goblin prostitutes isn't going to happen. Go play Baldur's Gate 3. Well, random encounters can be a lot of fun sometimes.
Sometimes. I'm not a huge fan of them myself, but they have their place.
Now, granted, in some games, even in Curse of Strahd, it does feel like they overstay their welcome sometimes. It's like... But at the same time, it's supposed to reinforce just how dangerous these lands are.
Yeah.
I don't give two fucks what Reddit said about X or Y ruling. Fair.
Here, here.
26. I actually give less of a fuck about what your mates and group did. Also fair. Please stop comparing DMs. It's kind of hurts our feelings sometimes.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, critique is well and good. You know, there's feedback on what we can improve on and stuff like that. But outright comparing somebody to another person is like, that feels wrong. Don't do that.
Yeah.
27. Saying anything to me about other players not liking me doing X or Y without them saying it directly to me will result in me kicking you out of the group. Don't use someone else to push your own agenda. Fair. Sorta.
Yeah.
I can see that, because that's kind of a messy way of someone trying to do that kind of shit. So yeah, I can see that.
But here's the thing, though. In previous rules, they've already stated that they don't give a shit about the rule calls and things like that. So if they have a problem and the DM doesn't give a shit, who are they going to talk to?
True.
So this feels like you suck it up and take whatever bad calls this person makes, or you leave.
Pretty
the real
much.
recourse.
Again, I don't think this guy even wants to DM in the first place.
Yeah.
28. You're not to sit down and have a 2-hour discussion about what Samson from Bundura Secondary did 3 weeks ago when you come to play. Take the 15 to 20 minutes I use to set up and review my notes to talk to each other, then sit down to play. Yeah, fair. Catch up while we're all getting settled in. We don't need to make that catching up session take literally all damn night.
Talk about it after game 2.
Yeah. Again, if you guys are just looking to hang out and chill with the boys, there's other activities you can do. Oddly specific, right? Saying shit like, guys, come on, we're not here to have fun. We're here to play D&D. This is serious business. Is rude and dismissive of how much work I put into this. I will simply go home if I hear this shit. Yeah, that tracks with everything else.
Yeah, that's kind of rude.
30.
This feels like saying it mockingly.
Right. I guarantee that's exactly how he's meaning it too. 30. Don't fucking order food randomly. We will eat together at a specific time or not at all. I don't want food shit all over my things.
Fair. Yeah, just set a time, set a restaurant, agree on a restaurant or food delivery or whatever. Set a time for it, order the food, play some game for a little while. When the time comes, grab the food, eat, continue your game. Easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. 31, and this is where it really starts to go, oh wow, this guy's got a bunch of dicks for friends. No food or drinks near any of my D&D gear. If you wreck something, you can pay for it. I let one person trash my DM screen once, and I never had it replaced by them. In fact, I had that person attempt to gaslight me into believing they didn't wreck my shit at all. I'm not stupid. You're an adult. Accept responsibility.
Okay, these are college kids.
Absolutely. I'm taking a short break during the game. Right?
Yeah, if you wreck my books or stuff like that, I want you to replace it.
Yeah, those things are not cheap.
They're really not.
And especially if we were bringing miniatures into it as well. Oh, fuck, those are way too expensive.
Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't even allow food, or I'd maybe allow water at the table unless there's some other means of, I know the wormwood tables are really good for that, but don't go for more where those guys are dicks. But yeah, if you're gonna spill shit everywhere, or have some, just try to have some respect. And I get it, accidents happen, but
take accountability for it.
Yeah, take accountability.
I love the idea of taking a short break during a game to eat food, right? I mean, snacks and drink around the table is one thing, like little simple snack foods. a whole ass meal like pizza or Chinese takeout or something. Like, yeah, no, we don't eat that at the that sort of table. That's not right. 'Cause that's going to get everywhere.
I'm gonna eat this big bowl of ramen.
Let's see. That was a damn good sound effect. If you rip a page in my book, you'll rip too, right?
Yeah. Don't rip up my books. Don't rip them up. Like, I once had a player hand me a book by just holding it by the back cover and letting the rest of it hang loose.
I slapped someone for that once.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I didn't do that, but I don't blame you for that.
I mean, it wasn't like a full-on backhand that was heard around the world or anything. It was just a quick little swat. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Treat that with some respect. Shit. One time I tricked someone into thinking that they dented the corner of my book and they went to check and I got their nose. So that's just a little flick up the nose. It's like, you know, you look down and you flick them. Because he was notoriously hard to get, but he was also really respectful of my stuff, so I had to use that against him. What kind of second about the whole book like that, right? Like, that damn book cost $60. You better treat it with some fucking respect. Shout out Gabe for a discount. Arguments between party members outside of roleplay will be resolved by me giving the definite ruling. If you don't like it, fuck off back home. I mean, that's kind of the GM's job, so yeah, fair. Again, a little hostile, but...
Yeah. Sort of their job, though.
33. I don't give a fuck what they did in Critical Role or what that one guy on Reddit said, or if you think it's all make-believe so you can do what you want. The world I run runs on internal rulings and lore I created specifically for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, you know, world building and stuff, then yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, or...
Critical Role's world, or that one guy in Reddit's world is going to be different from yours.
Which, as far as I'm aware, Critical Role, they operate basically by the same rules. They have some internal things that make sense for that world and how things work in that world. I'm pretty sure you can't do a peasant railgun there either. Oh god, the peasant railgun, that's so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
People will find loopholes for everything. 34. Every single person in this chat is is having debuffs applied to their characters that should have occurred a long time ago. This will be specific to characters. What kind of debuffs is he talking about, I wonder?
Yeah, citation needed.
Very much so, because I'm actually really curious on that one. 35. If you don't bring your sheet, you don't play. That's why we have backups? Question mark?
Backups, digital on your phone.
Yeah. Which...
Not ideal, but...
This will be specific to characters, right? 36. If you don't bring dice, borrow some. Yeah, fair enough.
Yep, if I was usually I have multiple sets, so if someone forgets the dice or if they're new and don't have a set, it's just like, here's my set. Here you go.
Yeah.
I need those back, but I can use them for now.
And literally every group has that one player that's a dice goblin. There will be extra dice at the table, I promise you.
Hell, I can print my own set of polyhedrals.
Nice. Oh, you don't have any? Let's hang on about 30 minutes. Or however long that takes to print them out.
A die 10, I think, takes like 20 minutes.
Ah.
So a full polyhedral will probably take a couple hours.
Okay. Like, oh, you need to make a death save? Give us a few minutes for that die to finish printing out. Oh, that'd be hilarious, actually. That'd be like really make them stew and oh god, am I going to die?
Yeah.
37. When we play D&D, I'm not your friend. That doesn't mean you treat me like an enemy during the game. It means I'm no longer being nice.
Yeah, this person doesn't get it.
I have so many dice. Do you want to sit? Please take one off my hands.
They're like zucchini. Please take some.
Good old zucchini. I've got a few sets of metal dice, a few sets of resin dice. Resin dice feel good.
Yeah.
I like metal dice just because of the weight of them, because I like a little weight in my dice, but the resin dice just have a really nice feel to them. They're light, but they feel fun. I don't know how else to explain it. Resin just feels nice on my fingers.
Sure. Yeah. Mine are the ones I print are PLA. See if I can dig up the photo. Give me a moment.
And of course, I got a whole bunch of regular dice as well that I don't actually know what they're made out of. They're not. They're the normal dice material, I guess. Let's see. Oh, while you're looking for that pick, let's see. Rule 38. If you treat me poorly in any way, shape, or form, after or during or before the game, that's a lot of ors. In any way, shape, or form, after or during or before the game due to something that happened in the game, you're out. If you cannot separate a game from reality, I think you are a fucking moron and I have little time to deal with that energy. I got that necklace with the tiny metal set inside and it's so... Oh yeah, I've seen that. That does look kind of cool. There's just one dice set I really want to get my hands on. They're shaped like bullets, and the dice holder is literally a cylinder for a revolver, and you just spin them around. That looks so cool, and I want one so bad. Every time I check, though, they're out of stock. Like, damn it, I want one.
GMs Chat.
Ooh, cool. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, yeah, those are the ones you made for Werewolf, right?
Yeah, Werewolf 5th.
Nice. 2 different colors. Awesome.
I'll put it in your general chat on Discord so everyone else can see too.
That works. Let's see. But yeah, I can agree with that. If you're going to get mad at me, something happened in games, like, okay, you need to go chill. 39. You will submit your spell lists daily in-game. If you do not give me a spell list each in-game day, you will not be allowed to cast a single spell or cantrip in combat. I do not trust you guys to not use this against me. Fuck. I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
And even they did not be allowed to cast a cantrip either, so like the cantrips can fucking change. That's all they got. What if I just Sharpie 1 through 6 on bullets and roll the dice with a real revolver?
Bro.
Please do not fire. That's just Russian roulette with numbers. Hey, let me find the thing for you guys so you see what I'm talking about. Oh, hey, Amazon's good. Oh my God, it's in stock. I'm going to have to get that in the after this later. But yeah, here we go. I think this is it. There y'all go. That's what I'm talking about. It's one of those. And yes, it fucking spins. It's delightful. They got a D100, a D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, and a D20 right there in the middle.
Oh, wow.
If you look at the video, oh God, music. It comes in different colors. They got the bronze, black. I think I want the bronze one because it looks pretty good. Copper looks nice too, though. And yeah, the cylinder does spin. Considering I'm making a Westerns themed Call of Cthulhu game, that would just feel so nice in my hands while playing that, you know?
I see. You just roll them like dice. I see.
Yeah, the bullets roll just like dice do. They're just shaped differently. And the dice.
Yeah, they're cylindrical. Okay.
Yeah. And the dice holder fucking spins, and I love that. That's my favorite part of a revolver, actually, is the cylinder just spinning.
Very cool.
Not a bad price for them either, actually. I spent more than that on middle dice. Let's see. But yeah, that's a bit excessive. I mean, if someone's cheating with their spells that much, damn.
Yeah.
40. If you do not mark off spell slots or say something like, I'm or when I'm at, as a way to justify it, I will simply fail your spell, deal half your health and damage to you, and say you have no spells to cast for the rest of the day. Another one dealing with spells, so Jesus.
Like, okay, simply fail spell, maybe I can see that, but the rest, like, that sucks.
Oh, the number was rule. Nope. Nope, that's still in the thing. Yeah. So, yeah, the cylinder is literally just the dice holder in this case. I mean, you can spin it as well, but all the numbers are not visible. But, yeah, I've had a player that would basically remember where they're at as a way to justify it, which, in his case, I actually did trust him, and he actually was keeping track of it. Because he didn't like using Roll20 for tracking his spells because it had to go to a different page. Which, fair. So he was keeping literally just notes on his desk for it.
Yeah. Yeah, like, if you know, just forget or something like that, smallest mistake, then having that happen, that's it.
Yeah. 41. If you break literally anything, you can buy the replacement that day or not attend until you do. So again, got people breaking his shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that was in stock, so guess what? I'm going to be ordering a little bit later. Because I've been wanting one for something. No, I don't want the pink one. I want the bronze one. That one looks cool to me. No.
No. No, I don't care about you, Scotiabank. I don't know what other your ads are getting. Anyone else's ads are getting, but I'm getting stuff for Canadian banks.
Wow, this one looks like it's made out of fucking plastic. What the hell? Ooh, that one actually looks pretty good too. Cyberpunk style dice, what? That's what I'd call this, but alright. Ooh.
And you got travel tote bags. Device toast up for adjust.
I'm so glad to see that these are in stock again at long last. Why am I not getting this? I don't know. Remember during the movie night, Alex trying to figure out what the hell I've been watching to make my algorithm show some of those commercials. It's like, I don't know. I don't look at any of that stuff, so I don't know why this is coming up. That's
All
it.
the casino ads that keep getting on YouTube.
I'm surprised I don't get more of those, actually. Okay, I think the ads are done. I think so, yeah.
I think so.
But yeah, this guy's got people breaking his shit. It's like, dude.
Yeah, at that point, I just canceled the game entirely.
Yeah, I was like, no D&D is better than bad D&D. And my brother in Christ, you have got some bad players. 42. If you complain about the choice of music, I fully expect you to bring the whole playlist for the next session or to shut the fuck up. as someone who spends literal hours poring over music trying to find the one that matches whatever map I'm going for, I can relate.
Yeah. I also don't know if they're trying to play music for the ambience, or it's just like random top 40 or whatever style of music or anything like that. Just, I don't know.
Yeah, for one game, I spent the better part of 21 hours just pouring through music that would fit well for, I think it was Tomb of Annihilation, actually. Because I actually timed myself on that one. Like, literally, I'm doing nothing else, just 21 hours of listening to music while looking at maps going, yeah, that fits really well for this one. That I can use this somewhere, maybe, but I don't know where yet. Weeks. You have to also remember on just that when I did this, I did nothing else. I didn't just like was playing a game while listening to this music or reading a book while listening to. I spent nothing, did nothing else but just focused on that music. Already on vacation. Ooh. 43. Cannot stress this. Cannot stress enough how little I care about how you feel about my rulings from now on. Oh, and rule 44. I'm never just threatening you. I'm promising you. Here's a link to the original post. The original post is gone, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's gone.
Yeah, deleted by user. The comments are still there, but
Yeah, and this is what I'm being is like way too many people didn't actually read the rules or understand what was happening behind the scenes here. Like, I feel like I understand why you're grouping on hiatus. The group didn't go on hiatus. The DM did. You missed that part, number one. Line one, I don't give a fuck was enough for me to check out adversarial and didn't even finish, haven't even started yet? How do you even manage that? This person was actually paying attention. The DM is done. They do not want to DM for your group any longer. Rather than quit, they decided to take their frustration on your characters, and if you complain, bargain, or speak to them, they plan to literally say, screw you guys, I'm going home, and taking his ball with them. Find a new DM, and if they are responding in any kind of justifiable way, find a new group too.
just the way everything is laid out, it feels like this is a group of bad friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
They should probably not meet again, generally.
This was literally the entire reason I wanted to do GM's Chat, as like I wanted to do the other side of the 44 rules because everyone was just bashing on this poor dude.
Yeah.
Made a turtle fighter named Squirtle Shellback for Tomb of Annihilation game that didn't happen. Oh wow.
Aw.
Unfortunate. Maybe just as well if you really like that character because they probably were not going to survive it. That game is vicious. That was actually one of the first games I ran for 5th edition.
Ah, cool.
When we were getting to 5th edition, that was the first game I ran was Tomb of Annihilation. They got pretty far. They all died.
So they got annihilated.
Oh, yeah. I think on that game alone, for that one campaign, I had a body count in the low 30s.
Oh, damn. So
Yeah.
I had to play multiple characters.
Yeah. If a character dies, that's it in that game. They cannot come back. Their soul is sucked up and entrapped somewhere. Which was in the Tomb of Annihilation, by the way. They had to go in there to destroy this necromonger thing so they could free all the souls that are being trapped and save the world, because even people that have been resurrected are slowly withering and rotting away as this thing is pulling their soul away. It's a world-ending scenario sort of thing, and everyone has to go over there and stop it, but... And what's funny is that it even has rules... optional rules to make it even more brutal. I'm like, more brutal? This game is actually one of the most difficult ones I think I've ever seen that they've put out. Now, it's not to say that is a bad game. It's actually really good. I really do enjoy it, but it's definitely for a group of people that want a challenge. And also don't get overly attached to their characters because they gonna die. Baldur's Gate 3 difficult? More difficult.
Yeah, I'd say more.
I'd say that this game was pretty difficult for just one simple thing. Because it was one of their first modules they put out, not the first, but one among the first for 5th edition. And at that point, they didn't realize just how badly balanced the game was. And it was something that a lot of new DMs struggle with in 5th edition specifically. That you see something that says challenge rating 1, which means, hey, that means a party of 4 level 1 adventurers can handle a few of those things, right? Wrong. Not a few of those things. Maybe one of those things. Let's keep in mind that a young dragon is like challenge rating 3 or 4. So yeah, a party of level 3 can handle that. Oh, breath weapon, they're all dead. Fuck! They didn't figure out how to do the challenge ratings very well on that. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Which is where a lot of the death came from, because even I was underestimating just how bad some of those monsters were. And that was a learning experience for me as well. But at the same time, it's like, I'm not going to pull punches, because you all see what I'm rolling here right in front of you. And for the most part, they were cool with it. And in fact, they still tell great stories about how they were all running through the abandoned forge like chickens with their head cut off when all of the enemies suddenly regained their abilities back to back to back to back. Fucking fire chickens. Well, they're fire striders, but they look like chickens. They have this ability called like a fire grenade sort of thing that does like a 10-foot radius explosion, which that's pretty sizable, but they only recharge the ability when you roll a 6 on a d6. And so the first turn they survived that, like, okay, now we start hitting them, and their turn came back 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, all but one recharged their ability. I was like, oh no. And fire damage heals the fire strider, so they didn't give a shit about friendly fire with it, so they healed themselves and killed the party at the same time, except for one. Amusing enough, it was my dad, who then proceeded to run away through the dungeon, forget which way he was supposed to turn, made the wrong turn and got cornered. So everyone else is doing like the yakety sax in the background as he was running for his life. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it was the 44 rules of D&D, the reason I started this entire podcast. And now you are fully initiated. Let's see. I think it's about time for another quick little break. Let me use the bathroom and grab a quick smoke as we've gone for a little over 2 hours, and hopefully Eve will be joining in a few minutes. I have to ask her what her ETA is. In the meantime, though. Oh, hey, good timing. That actually startled me for a second. It's like, huh, what?
I didn't want to interrupt, so I just was listening in.
I saw you there. I didn't want to say anything.
I was not paying attention. I will be right back real quick. I like your new reactive, just the concern thing.
I thought it was appropriate for this time.
It is. As usual, I'll beat myself, but not you guys.
So I need to fight the sun.
Fight the sun.
Yes. I came home covered in salt because I was sweating that hard all day.
Oh, damn.
So yes, I want to fight the sun.
I mean, good luck.
I mean, I just need to get Dr. Doofenshmirtz on my side. He's going to set fire to the sun, after all. Oh my god. So how you been?
Yeah, I've been all right. Trying to get more exercise and starting to go to the gym again.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, trying to. I'm apparently that I took a measurement of my weight. I'm 230 pounds, so I need to reduce significantly.
Yeah, understandable. I have considered potentially doing a thing with my stream, especially since I've been kind of obsessed with Dark Souls as of late. Anytime I die, I have to do like a certain number of push-ups or whatnot.
I mean, yeah, go for it. I'd switch it up a little bit, like
But
10
yeah, that
push-ups and 10 sit-ups and 10 something else.
push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 10-kilometer run.
Yeah, just a 10-kilometer run. Yeah, great. Uh,
I mean, if I do that every day, as well as eating like nothing but bananas, I should be as strong as One Punch Man at some point.
that's the idea. Uh, yeah, a couple weeks ago I went to the gym, first time in decades, and
Oh my god.
worked my arms way too hard. I couldn't lift my arms for nearly a week. I couldn't put on a shirt. It was that bad.
Ah, yes, the classic autocorrect issues with my name.
Still waiting on Eve, though.
Oh, I bet you have tons of awesome quotes there, Lore. Quotes misbehaving? That's a surprise altogether. Fucking hell. Yeah, autocorrect will do what it wants to do.
As always.
You really doing this? I apologize if I haven't been responding. My headset decided to explode on me for a moment.
That's fine. We're on break anyway.
I just was like, why is it suddenly so quiet? And shit, here we go again.
And I return. How dare me. Exercising after every death in an Elder Scrolls game? Ooh. Or any Dark Souls game.
Oh yeah.
You gonna get buff.
Look, I'm almost done with the original Dark Souls. I can't believe it.
You're going to bake
Either
me a
get
cake.
buff or
Cake.
you're either gonna get buff or not be able to put a shirt on. Oh, that hurt so much.
Oh, God. No, don't eat the whole thing in front of me.
And the answer is, why not both?
Well, I guess you get to be the first one to answer these questions while we wait on Eve.
Alrighty.
Let me see what the questions were over here. Here we go. The first question was, what was your very first campaign you ever played?
Slightly
was-
homebrewed, like, just like Forgotten Realms, D&D.
Yeah, mine was homebrew as well, actually.
Like I didn't get to finish it, but we got to like level 8, so it wasn't too bad at least.
I don't remember too much about the game, unfortunately.
And then my first attempt was like either 3.5 or 4, and then the school took away our dice because they thought we were gambling.
See? See, it's not just me. They did that to me too. Assholes.
It's like, come on.
I never
they
heard
were-
board games, apparently. Turn all my
I
clothes
mean,
inside out.
to be fair, it was better that they thought it was gambling instead of actual D&D because it was a Baptist school, and you know how they are.
Yeah, that was what I thought
Unfortunately.
was happening too.
Yeah, I live in an area like that as well, so yeah, I can relate. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember much about my first game. I know it was in Faerun because there was the Timora, an SFA ruining goddess. I remember my first character though was Blue Hawk the Wizard. The very same wizard accidentally killed half the party, myself included, with a scroll of chain lightning.
Chain lightning.
That's why whenever a new player gets access to Fireball, I just kind of smirk and I know it's happening sooner or later. They always forget how big that radius is.
I mean, my first friendly fire incident was Shatter, so...
We sailed across the sea and turned a pirate into a monster by feeding him a ritual exposed orange. Okay. Nice. I even remember the monster we were fighting one in that was a hook horror. The way my father described that, it sounded absolutely terrifying. I was like, wait, I've got just a spell to deal with this horrifying thing. Chain lightning. It worked. It did kill the hook horror. And most of us. I also shit on the guy next to the performed highest on an auction. Oh, wow. That's a thing.
God, now I'm just being reminded of Druid I know or heard about recently, who turned into a bird, and then a guard just kept messing with her, not knowing she was a druid, so she just kept shitting on them.
Lol. Second part of that question was, what was the first campaign you ever DM'd and how did it go? Which I believe we're still waiting on that one.
Yes, I am currently just make sure I need to have my maps and make sure my players are all scheduled.
I am re-downloading CC3 Plus, I swear. I've got most of it re-downloaded.
I've also been considering having the person who did my music for opening and closing screens maybe do some music for that too.
Ooh. That'll be cool. Custom music is always good.
Oh yeah. Like, Kevin MacLeod is great and everything, but I want something that's not just him.
You don't have to worry about copyright then either. Which is why I was so stoked when I managed to get the permission from Nox Arcana to use their music in my games.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Oh man, if you guys haven't listened to the songs, I've got most of their albums. I'll just show you some of them.
I've heard some stuff from them. They're good.
Yeah, and Curse of Strahd, I exclusively use their music.
As you do.
Because it just fits. Okay, next question. This will be a little bit of a doozy for you. What lessons did you learn either as a DM or as a player that you apply in real life? See? Such a doozy, he went silent. Border.exe has stopped responding.
I was going to say, my first character was a rogue. I had fun just stealing shit in front of people's faces, so I don't know if I could apply that to real life at all.
That crime is fun.
And then there's my warlocks. I have so many of them, it's not even funny at this point.
Death saving throws more exciting when rolled a secret pair. I've been strongly considering doing that just to fuck with people.
I mean, I guess being a tiefling rogue at least was like, I'm at least used to being not what everybody expects there.
Yeah.
It helps that I designed him after fucking Gomez Adams.
Tieflings are always fun when they go, that's okay, I got fire resistance. They take a shit ton of fire damage. Oh god, yeah, that resistance only helps so much.
Look, we role played a joke where I rolled over into the bonfire in my sleep because it was warm.
Sure, just a question.
I don't mind. Yeah.
Speak.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Seek the knowledge from the ancient ones. If you get access to any one spell in 5e, what would you choose? Ooh.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, that'd be a really good one, yeah.
That is definitely high on the list, but
Fuck chores, prestidigitation. There, my chores are done.
yeah, that is so good on all levels there. Fuck. Hmm.
I mean, it'd be that or that and time stop, just so I actually have more time to finish what I got to do for some things.
Yes, that would be very good. Hmm. I'll choose the homebrew spell. Fuck that one guy in particular.
For just utility spell alone, prestidigitation, I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely just like the perfect little cantrip to have every 6 seconds. Just clean 1 foot of an area.
Oh, you've never heard of the spell Unjust? Oh, it's a good one. I'll let Warden explain it.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the spell for you too, just because. First off, it's also apparently one of the most difficult words in the fucking game to say.
Yeah.
You have no idea how many games I've listened to that literally the player who uses it just is like, I can't. They keep saying prestidigitation, prestidigis, stuff like that.
I
So, here we
cast
go.
Presto.
Right.
Spells-
It is a harder spell.
Yeah, basically, this is the spell is essentially your go-to if you're like a stage magician as well.
I think he was referring to the fuck that one guy in particular spell.
Oh, okay. Give me a minute then.
They were referring to that. That, damn it, I'm sorry.
Technically, it's called Screw That One Guy in particular, but I will put it in the group chat so you can share, because I don't know if I'm allowed to put links.
I will post it. Thank you for the headbats. Ooh, that became a big ass link.
It's because Discord.
Yeah.
But essentially, for anybody who doesn't have the time to read it real quick, it's a first level spell for sorcerers and wizards. A bolt of lightning streaks from the sky to strike one creature within range. The range, by the way, is unlimited. Creature is randomly determined by the DM. Creature must make a dexterity saving throw, taking 3d10 lightning damage on the failed save, or half as much damage on the successful one. If the spell is cast again by any spellcaster within 1 minute, the same creature is struck.
Which is
At higher levels,
fucking hilarious.
At higher levels, when this spell is cast using the spell slot at second level or higher, its damage increases by 1d10 for each spell slot above first.
That is just so fucking funny.
If you are a 20th level wizard or sorcerer, you are going to fuck up somebody's day.
But yeah, I can just imagine someone casting that spell. They're going, huh, nothing happens. Like, oh, something happened. So they just cast it again. It's like, okay, maybe I didn't pick the right person. And they finally get back to turning the quest, and it turns out it was like the nobleman or king that was just getting instructed. He's just sizzling and going, what the fuck is today? Exactly.
I mean-
It's a spell that's just for the DM to have fucking fun with her.
I mean, so long as you're trying to figure out what's going on, the DM will have even more fun by keeping it on the same person. Reddit, where I find most of my bullshit.
Reddit has all sorts of things on there, yeah. Most of which
To
I'll
be
never
fair,
use, but
I mean, to be fair, that was also where I found Steinhardt's, which is my favorite fucking third-party book, so. Good.
oh, simulacrum is a very useful spell too, but where would you get the rubies for it?
Easy. Just go through your parents' jewelry drawer for at one point or another.
If you have wealthy parents, baby. I suppose you could find
Oh,
it so
yeah.
in most jewelry stores.
I mean, you don't even have to be wealthy, because literally someone's going to spend half their money sometimes to get that engagement ring going.
Mm. My favorite thing is that it could be one of the player characters, even, right? Just be wherever the hell the DM wants it to be.
Exactly.
Like,
The
you could
range is
have it.
unlimited.
Oh god, could you imagine that someone just keeps casting it over and over again just because they want to see what the hell's happening, and the random creature happened to be a Tarask, and that's why it's awake now?
Oh yeah. Look, have you either of you heard of oh fuck me, what's it called? I know this, and why am I suddenly forgetting? Okay, gotta look up Monkey Mage D&D.
Okay.
What?
Monkey Mage.
Okay, so basically, I'm still having trouble finding it. Fuck, why? Why am I suddenly forgetting this? Of all things, because literally one of the main focuses of that game is an awakened monkey who is also a wild magic sorcerer.
Alright.
But
Damn.
basically, they were like doing a performance in a very magical town. Used dancing lights as part of their routine, and their wild magic went off and put up a 300 meter or 300 meter radius zone of dead magic.
Oh.
And there was a Tarask that was under the city, being held by a bunch
Whoops.
of unmovable rods.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah! They were level 6 when that happened.
It's one. It's 1,500 gold pieces. This is worth 1.5 million real dollars. I wouldn't say so. Gold's valuable. It's not that valuable. Let's see. Let's do the math real quick.
I was gonna say, depends on how much that gold weighs too, and how pure it is.
Yeah. Like, let's
Why
see.
am I suddenly spacing on this? Fool's Gold, that's the fucking name. Okay. Why did I forget that of all things?
The doubloon. A special balloon is worth roughly $4 Spanish. So, let's say we'll keep that saying that it was worth about that much. So, just multiply that number by 4. So that would be, yeah, 150K is a lot more reasonable. But I would think more like 6,000 actually. Yeah, $6,000 worth of rubies. But then again, that's always where that brings a fun thought process. Like, who determines the worth of this gemstone for this spell? Just to the fact that that price is almost always fluctuating.
Yeah, magic.
God, I remember D&D memes having this argument about what if the diamond is worth 300, but they sell it to you for like 500. What do you use as the actual like determination of it?
Exactly.
And what if they drop it suddenly to like 299 gold?
Mm-hmm. And even then, it kind of brings the point, like what just in their example of, well, it had to cost this much back then. How much would that have to cost now? Would it be just a simple math conversion like I just did of it was worth that much back then, so now it should be worth about roughly this? Or should it scale depending on the passage of time as well? And be like their original estimation of 150,000 to 1.5 mil. I'd say it's worth the highest amount anyone's ever paid for that specific item. Yeah, but then at the same time, it's like you got scammed. That's not really a priceless painting. You just got the wool pulled over your eye, and no one's going to buy that damn thing now.
It's only priceless if the artist is actually dead,
Right.
or if it happens to belong to Dorian Gray.
Lol. Let's see. I just lost my train of thought. It went bye-bye. But it's worth that much to someone, therefore works for the spell. Again, who determines it? Like with divination spells, it makes it even more tricky. Does the god determine if that sacrifice was worthy or not? But what about the arcane spells? That's why you just like make it a difficult thing to get. Like, of course, then again, a plate of armor, which only the wealthy back then could afford, was what, 1,000 gold pieces in according to D&D?
If you're talking plate, I think currently I think it's about 1,500. Good lord!
Yeah, which basically only wealthy nobles could afford to field in battle. It was not a common set of armor. Because, of course, the house had to be custom made.
Yeah, in 5e plate is 1,500, so it's going to be expensive either way.
Yeah. Whereas nowadays, we can make a suit plate mail a lot easier and cheaper. Well,
Yeah.
cheap in comparison, I should say.
Oh,
It's still going to
absolutely,
set you
much-
back because that's a lot of steel you're purchasing.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
That it is. Even worse if you're having to actually make the steel too.
I mean, theoretically, we can even make the gemstones that we would need for all sorts of stuff nowadays. Theoretically.
I mean, it's just a bunch of carbon and manipulating the color, basically, at this point.
Yeah. Because I know we manufacture diamonds now. I don't know about any other gemstones.
You can manufacture other gemstones. It's just kind of how the how like the carbon lines line up and whatnot. I'm not 100% sure on the details, but
And I think other minerals play a part too, especially for the coloration.
yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. And I'm going off of the fact that one of the book series I enjoy goes heavily into gemology in there because they have those gems all relate to what they can turn stuff into.
Yeah.
Like emeralds in that world are worth far more than fucking diamonds because diamonds turn stuff into air. Emeralds turn stuff into food.
Why did that remind me of
that'd
this
do
one meme? What the hell? For whatever reason, that just reminded me of this meme about a bunch of dwarves trying to panic about what to feed the human envoys coming to their kingdoms. Like, well, humans have a surprisingly very delicate palate. Some stuff will literally just kill them. Well, what can they eat then? I don't know, berries, plants. Can they eat bread? Well, maybe. What about salt? Salt? No, that's a rock. They can't eat rocks.
Meanwhile, I'm just remembering Discworld dwarves who make bread, and I'm just like, that shit is basically rock.
Yeah, well, in like Warhammer, they mix their wheat with stone dust, basically. Kind of gravel. It's literally gravel bread. So it literally is rock they're eating. But at the same time, in a lot of lores, not just Warhammer, but plenty of others, they get 99% of their nutrients from their beer.
Makes sense.
Which, to be fair, back in the day, so did we.
Yep.
Yeah.
Real ale used to be basically liquid bread.
I mean, that's
Thick, too.
Oh yeah. Look, one of my favorite jokes from a D&D campaign was literally telling the barbarian that he'll get fat if he drinks so much beer because it's fucking liquid bread.
Mm-hmm.
Like we used to, there a couple hundred years ago, we brew alcohol specifically weak to give to children because that was the way to purify the water. So there's more water than alcohol in it, but
Yeah.
that was a way to actually get water purified because we were shitting in all the rivers.
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong there.
That's how grog came to be made, actually. Because you couldn't just have barrels of water because it would go stagnant, so you had to put some alcohol in there. So you just mix it with rum. And
And that was also a way to extend the rum.
it would extend the rum, it would purify the water, make it stay drinkable, and in later years you would add lime juice to it to help fight off scurvy. So the water preserved the men's mental facilities, the rum preserved the water, and the lime preserved the sailors from scurvy. That's how grog came to be. I learned that from Alton Brown.
I can't remember where I learned that, but I think it was this guy who does like historical foods on YouTube.
Tasting History?
Townsend's?
Oh,
Yes,
Townsend's
there we
is
go.
good too. Townsend's so good. I watch so much of that stuff just so for my own ideas about what to put in taverns in my games. And some of that food, I'm not gonna lie, looks really fucking good.
It really does. And then they introduce hardtack, and I'm like, okay, we gotta calm down.
I really want to try to make a pudding, like
Right?
the way they did it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That actually looks pretty
Those
damn
look-
good.
They look good.
It looks like an alcohol-soaked cake because it looks like kind of like a fruit cake, only in a ball form.
Basically.
Yeah. It's things like that that makes me wonder, like, how do we get to food like that and food to the modern day, which is not that different when you really think about it. And then you look back to the fucking 50s and 60s and everything's in gelatin. What the fuck happened in that decade?
I'd have to ask Tish about that because they know more about that subject than I do. Fucking ask it.
Well, once they have an answer, let us know, because I'm like, what the hell? Ew.
Well,
Look,
that's...
they recently had a birthday stream, and I made a joke that because they were like, one of the items on the list is chat gets to choose their dinner. And I'm just like, don't put aspic on there. Or
Oh,
I
God.
might have said, I might have said put aspic on there. Just as
Oh,
a joke.
God.
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
They did not do that, by the way, just so you know. But
Thank God.
It was. I was just like, well, we've talked about this before.
What was that one? I don't remember what they called it. It was tuna fish salad, only in jelly form.
Oh God.
It looked
Yeah.
and foul, and from what the reaction of Dylan had, tasted foul too.
I don't doubt that.
What's his name?
I'm
Dylan
still-
Bakes or something like that?
I'm still just remembering stuff like the full-on like hot dogs in gelatin, and
Right.
it's horrifying.
But you go look back at what they eat in the past, like that doesn't look bad at all. What happened here?
Well, the thing is, I think in the 50s and 60s, processed foods were a big thing. So recipes became like a can of this, a can of that, a can of the other thing, pour it all in a Jell-O.
You think it had
There's
something to do with
no-
like the Great Depression, maybe? And us coming
No,
out of
this
that?
was this was actually because of World War II.
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So, because all of a lot of food was going overseas to feed the war effort.
I may or may not have shared some pictures.
Uh-oh. The spaghetti one is the worst. See, the one at the bottom, that doesn't look as bad. Wait. Oh, wait, those are hot dogs.
I disagree.
I thought it was vegetable. I just now realized that's hot dog or Vienna sausage in there. I retract my statement. Oh, God, is that a
And
little
on the
egg in there?
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Still want it?
The cucumbers on the side threw me off. I thought it was like a veggie thing. I stand very corrected. Ew.
Why? Oh God, I forget that I'm subbed to shitty food porn on Reddit. Hot dog and pickle aspic.
Ugh.
No.
Oh, God,
You
well,
know-
you should know there.
You know what? I'm just gonna say this because I'm doing a dystopian futuristic game. Fuck it, aspic is food.
All forms of food are aspic unless you're super rich.
Oh, my God.
Let's fucking do this.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Makes it make far more sense in Dead Space 3 where they start eating the dead bodies.
Yeah, I'd probably turn to cannibalism too. Oh my God.
Oh no.
Oh God. So what all have you been up to in the last few weeks, Morgan? Aside from getting ready to battle the sun and then become Superman from playing Souls-like games.
Mostly just enjoying the fact that while it's still hot as all get out in the house, it is at least cooler because we finally got the AC working.
Oh, thank God.
And
Because you live in an area similar to me. You should not be forced to endure that without AC.
yep, and it's also going to be 100% humidity this upcoming week, along with triple digits. So yeah, it's not going to be fun.
That's life-threatening weather.
Oh yeah. For those who don't know, the reason why it's that bad is because with humidity that high, just because you're sweating doesn't mean it's going to cool you off because it's not fucking
Evaporating.
evaporating. There we
It's
go. That's
just
the word.
stuck to you. In high humidity, in high temperature, it's literally like you step outside and someone slaps you in the face with a hot, wet towel and then proceeds to wrap it tightly around your head so you can't breathe.
Exactly.
That
make
is
the
our
joke-
daily life.
I make the joke about singing Nightwish, but it's swimming through the air instead of floating in the air. Or walking in the air. I've also picked up a bunch of horror demos from Next Fest, so
Ooh.
looking forward to playing around with those.
Speaking of demos, I got a couple recommendations for you. First one being Lacey's Flash game was surprisingly very good.
I believe you had mentioned that at one point, as well as my good friend Judas has mentioned it a few times as well.
Nice. The other
Yes,
one.
I trust Judas implicitly.
The other one is oneway.exe.
That one sounds like something I may have picked up, but let's check just in case.
I've got a few others, but I haven't actually played them yet to actually test if they're any good. Crypto FM is also really good. That's not a demo; it's the full game, but it's free.
Okay.
Let me put it this
think I
way:
might actually have.
Crypto FM was so good, I would have happily spent $10 on it. I got slept with it once, and I reflexively shut the door. Right?
How does the FM come up on that?
It's Crypto Space FM, like the radio channel.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Like, was it all part of the one word or?
It's a KRYPTA.
Oh, there. That explains why I wasn't able to find it.
I probably should have specified that. My apologies.
I kept thinking it was cryptid.
It's,
I also recommend
There you go.
AM.
Crypto AM?
No, just AM.
Oh, AM.
That's the name of the. It's a little silly, but also kind of good. You have a flashlight that literally has Jesus on it.
Oh, great. Oh, wait. I think we were seeing something with that at one point.
I might have shared it before, but it's always good to remind you.
Yeah, it's definitely I have that on the list of things I need to get around to playing soon. Let's see. So, someone had recommended Lost and Found to me at one point, and I played through that, and I was like, I didn't care for it.
I will say if you ever want to have something that's kind of silly but fun as well, I recently got to try out Peak. That's a lot of fun.
Ooh.
Basically, it's kind of like The Forest, but instead of dealing with cannibals, you're trying to climb out of reach of like Sound Hill type fog that's just going to murder you.
Oh, fun. That does sound interesting.
You're basically just like Boy Scouts that got stuck.
Yeah. Is there any other questions that chat might have had, or anything else y'all wanted to discuss?
God, there's so many different things that are coming up in here these days. I'm still staring at the SCP board game that you posted in the chat.
Yeah, that does look pretty interesting.
I've seen a couple of SCP games before, so I'm always interested in that.
Oh, yeah. There's some fun SCP horror video games as well.
Oh yeah,
Just as many awful ones.
you're not wrong. The one that's kind of got my interest recently is called SCP Info Hazard.
It does sound interesting. I love good old cognito hazards.
Oh yeah, this one's got a lot of lesser known SCPs in there too.
Yeah, I basically decided that next time I get one of the storytelling redeems, I'll probably just pull up a random SCP and read through it.
I mean, I'll say this for Eve at one point, I gave them the 4666 to read for Christmas. So that was a fun
yeah,
read.
the Yule Man.
That was a fun one to mess with everybody because I'm like, let's have something nice to read.
Yeah, it's totally within the season. Mm-hmm. They also had another one that read basically like the Krampus.
He's a little bit like Krampus, but a little bit meaner.
Yeah.
Which is saying something.
Well,
It's great. Krampus was just meant to be the alternative Santa who took the bad kids away.
right.
Yule Man don't give a fuck.
Alright, I got a couple of horror stories we can go through, though. These I'm reading blind.
Oh,
Read a couple of these. I'll wait on at this point, I don't think he was going to be able to make it.
Oh no.
So,
I miss Eve. I got a couple of fun ones that I posted in the group chat as well, just for shits and giggles.
for our palate cleanse. DM's girlfriend ruins game before it starts. Relatively light-hearted horror story here, but still funny in hindsight. The setup for the story is pretty basic. I responded to a looking for group post looking for Blades in the Dark players, and I meet with the GM and his girlfriend, who felt the need to sit in on the initial interview. Not that big of a deal generally, but it did strike me as odd. Whatever, they both seemed cool, and I pitched my character and talked about my safety tools, lines and veils specifically. My character was using the Slide playbook. I think a sneaky spy character who is good at talking to people. There are moves for gaining bonuses to roll against targets that you have an intimate relationship with, etc. And was an exotic dancer and sex worker from a demonic homeland who used the dances that were used to pacify demons in his homeland as an act to entertain sleazy nobles. The fuck is this game? Blades in the Dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes when you say it out loud, it's just weird.
Yeah. Especially when you have no context for what this game is actually about. It's like, what?
Yeah, so many questions.
Right? I wanted to play with the themes of commodifying and sexualizing important cultural arts, and asking the question of whether his profession and skills were empowering or degrading. Fun stuff. Tends to fit in well in a grimy, crime-infested setting like Duskfall, the main setting of Blades in the Dark. However, the sexual themes of the character and the inclusion of sex work as a theme can be touchy for some people, so I was careful to discuss this up front. This becomes important later. So I hop in the Discord for pre-session 0 to brainstorm, and the GM and his girlfriend spend the entire time talking with an old friend of theirs, also a player of the game, about Minecraft server drama. At this point, I'm mildly annoyed, but since session 0 was scheduled for later that week, I shrugged it off and prepped for that. During session 0, I said I was on a time crunch since I had a doctor's appointment, and I was assured we could get things done in a few hours. So the first 45 minutes to an hour of session 0, GM's girlfriend, and GM's other friend talk about group friend drama. At some point during this conversation, I said that I have an appointment coming up, so could we please talk about character concepts and what crew playbook everyone was interested in. The other players agree, and everyone has a character concept prepped. Everyone except GM's girlfriend, who had the vague idea of playing a mad scientist who reanimates corpses. Uh-oh. The Reanimator. What's his name? Dr. West?
Oh god, I should know this because I've watched or I've seen that recently.
I've read the book. Shit.
Herbert West.
Thank you. I was right. Nice. That's it. Okay, so this can be fleshed out through brainstorming. The group seems to be into the idea of playing assassin, so we brainstorm a group dynamic and throw some bones at Jim's girlfriend about how her could use poisons and contraptions to pull off some assassinations. The addition is necessary because just animating the dead is a whole process in Blades in the Dark, and her character would need to be able to contribute to the group on missions. Jim's girlfriend is really quite quiet throughout this process, and Jim is contributing here and there. Then Jim's girlfriend suddenly leaves the call, and Jim leaves to go talk to his girlfriend while the rest of us just talk about character dynamics. 30 minutes later, our happy couple returns, and Jim says that not everyone in the group wanted to play as assassins, and we should try and be mindful of what everyone wants. Everyone awkwardly moves on to be thieves or smugglers instead, but because of this diversion, we don't finish up Season 0 and have to continue at a later date. The next day, right before another game I am GMing, I received a message on the server from Jim's girlfriend about how she doesn't want any flirting between PCs and NPCs because, and I quote, "That's my boyfriend." That's my boyfriend. I assume that's
Well-
exactly how that's supposed to be said, because that's how he quoted it. At this point, contemplating a lobotomy, I ask, so basically I need to completely scrap my character concept. She responded with, and I guess so, yeah. I shrugged and dropped the campaign immediately, saying that I wasn't interested in playing because of the poor communication, and left the server. Then, GM's girlfriend proceeds to slide into my DMs, sending me 8 to 10 messages as I begin GMing for my friends. Asked me why I was leaving in to answer her. To that I'm in a game at the moment and will respond later, and she proceeds to message me repeatedly throughout my session. Eventually, I messaged back saying that I did not like how my work on a character was basically thrown away on a boundary that I explicitly asked about multiple times and got a green flag on. That it was poor communication at best. I just said I didn't like the GM's girlfriend behavior of leaving when she didn't like what everyone else was going with for Session 0 despite her refusal to communicate, and then having her boyfriend step in for her after she threw a tantrum. She shot back at me by accusing me of commandeering the game, because I asked if we could move on from the damn Minecraft server drama and actually play, and said that it wasn't fair to expect her to be comfortable speaking in front of everyone, and that she didn't know that she'd have to have a concept prepared. What? That's what Session 0 is for. At this point, I ended the conversation by saying that if she and her boyfriend couldn't act like adults and communicate with everybody honestly, then they probably didn't bother playing RPGs, because throwing tantrums and leaving instead of asking to change things isn't acceptable at all. Neither was randomly changing boundaries and forcing people to scrap concepts. I told her not to message me again, and that was that. Later, I received a message from another player who also dropped the game asking me what happened, which was kind of funny. I feel like I dodged a bullet on this one, and in hindsight, it's kind of funny. Oh, and an important addition, I was the youngest person involved in this story at age 22. If my memory serves me correctly, the Jim and his girlfriend were in their mid-20s. Yeah, miss me with that shit.
Yeah.
The fuck?
But guys, that's my boyfriend. Smiley face.
You knew if you had a problem with it, with this concept, or didn't want flirtation between PCs and NPCs, you should have stated that from the very beginning, right?
And for the sounds of things, you're playing the wrong damn game.
Yeah. So, like, just say, hey, this whole thing could have been avoided if they were just open right from the beginning, just saying, hey, I'm not coming.
Let's see. Blades in the Dark. A scoundrel RPG.
It looks interesting.
Exactly, Mac. That's my boyfriend. Smiley face. Role-playing game by John Harper about a crew of daring scoundrels seeking their fortunes on the haunted streets of an industrial fantasy city. That sounds interesting on paper. I might have to look into that.
Yeah, I've heard decent things about it, so I'm just like, this hopefully would be fun.
$20 for the PDF. That's not too bad to take a peek at.
Yeah, no.
I might have to look at them, especially if it's could be like, I don't know, kind of like a steampunk sort of thing. That'd be interesting too. But this is industrial, so it's probably more like that, like gritty, modern-esque style.
Just go to Iowa, you'll see it right there.
Yeah, fair. Oh god, that's gonna become the next meme for a while, isn't it? That's my boyfriend, smiley face.
Oh my god.
If Eve manages to join later, do not say any context. Just go every now and then. Just go. That's my boyfriend. Smiley face, and get her confused.
That's my boyfriend.
I am not designing aspect dishes on my maps for you. I'm sorry. I just saw that message.
No, I'm doing that myself.
Oh god, I'm not sure I have an asset that would actually even look like that. Well, maybe I do. I'll have to look.
I just want to explain to Envy why there are pictures of Aspic.
Oh, what the fuck? Why is it so funny with a Space Marine voice? That's my boyfriend. Someone clip that. Exclamation point clip. That's the command for it. Woo! Oh, that hurt. Okay, this one looks interesting. Let's see what this one's about. Alright, Vampire the Masquerade and the Prince's Pet Werewolf.
I already hate it.
Yeah.
I knew you would. Just for the title alone, I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. I wish Eve was here to listen to this, but alas. This happened on some play-by-post site years ago. We were playing Vampire the Masquerade 20th Anniversary Edition. We were all a bunch of neonates, newly turned vampires, serving the Camarilla, a global vampire organization that basically rules over all vampires, or at least tries to, in San Francisco. Some small group of renegade vampires was causing trouble, and the prince, the highest ranked representative of the Camarilla in the city, wanted us to investigate them and get rid of them. This was explained to us during a meeting with the prince. In the middle of this meeting, some half-naked guy wearing a spiked dog collar crawled on all fours and holding a dog leash with his teeth comes inside. Oh no! He brought the dog leash to the
hate it
prince.
Oh, God.
This is cringe, oh god. He brought the dog leash to the prince. The prince dismissed him with a, "Don't worry, I'll take you out for a walk soon." It was very weird, but this was Vampire the Masquerade, so some amount of weird is expected. The storyteller resumed the meeting in the same post, so we all just kind of brushed it off. So, we go investigate. This part is mostly uneventful. We basically learned that the renegade vampires the prince wants us to take care of had their hideout in Alcatraz Island. Uh-oh, what'd you just put, Mac? That got blocked. Did you drop it on a link? If it's a link, you'll have to send it to me and I can put it in there. Yeah, just send me the link and I can put it in there for you. Or you just put it into the channel. That also works. I will look for it so I can put it up. There we go.
I have so many questions about this already, and I don't want to ask any of them. Because I don't think I want the answers.
Unfortunately, you're about to get them.
Can I just sacrifice everybody to the Behelit now?
Let's see. So we report back to the prince. When we come in, the prince is petting said half-naked man with a dog collar, who is licking his face like a dog. We try our best to ignore this weird presumed ghoul, basically a type of vampiric servant, and tell the prince what we learn. After we told the prince everything, he turned to the guy with the dog collar and said he's going to take him out for a walk tomorrow. And the storyteller pointed out that while he was saying that, he glanced at us with an evil smile. So the next night, we are supposed to go to the hideout on Alcatraz Island to deal with the renegade vampires. The dog collar guy doesn't show up this time, to everyone's relief. The prince insists that we use a specific boat he gave us for reasons to get there. Due to the prince's odd behavior, we were suspecting that he's setting up some kind of trap for us or intending to sacrifice us in some way to achieve his goals. So we mutually agreed that if something shady happens, we just get the hell out and try to go to a different city. Yep, that's it. All right. Unintelligible hell noise. There we go. During this time, the storyteller kept mentioning that there's a full moon in the sky, and he kept repeating it over and over. Now, it might seem obvious that he was setting up something related to werewolves with the full moon, but the werewolves in the world of darkness don't work that way. Werewolves in that world are basically a whole species of shapeshifters that can shift forms at any time they want, and full moon just makes it slightly easier for them to lose control and go berserk. And they generally have better things to do than get involved in vampire affairs. Another thing was that vampires' roles in World of Darkness belong to very different power levels, and even a starting werewolf could take out our whole group, and probably also the prince, at the same time. In 1 or 2 rounds, so we didn't really expect the storyteller to just casually throw one in at the very start of the game. Anyway, we got to the hideout, which was located in some underground tunnels beneath Alcatraz prison. After wandering around those tunnels for a bit, we make it to a large room, and the prince is there, waiting for us. All around him are remains of dead vampires. The prince was also petting a werewolf in Krynos form, basically the pulp culture depiction of a werewolf. As soon as he spots our group, he laughs, tells us that he just took his pet out for a walk. Then let's go with the leash and sends his pet werewolf after us. Okay, yeah. Well, as always says that we stand no chance against an elder vampire and his pet werewolf, so we do the sensible, even if seemingly hopeless, thing and try to flee. The other 2 players both had celerity, basically vampiric super speed, so they managed to run away, while my character was torn to shreds by the pursuing werewolf.
Shreds, you say?
Right. They made it to the boat, but they couldn't get it to work anymore, as it was apparently sabotaged just enough to work for a one-way trip. So they jumped into the water and tried to swim back to shore, only to be ultimately torn to shreds in the water by the murderous werewolf who pursued them all the way into the sea. Your vampires just walk on the bottom. Understandably, the way this happened didn't sit well with us. The storyteller seemed to be even more upset than us, though. He knows that even if we managed to get away, he'd dock all of our XP for cowardice. He said that we were all supposed to fight the... What the fuck? This guy doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about, apparently. That we're all supposed to fight the werewolf. Remember, we were all newly turned vampires, and a werewolf could take out even a group of experienced vampires. If we proved that we could hold our own against them, the prince would let us live. Apparently, it was supposed to be some test from the prince. For what purpose? Who knows? The prince never said anything like this in character, and we only learned about it from the storyteller later. Anyway, the storyteller ended up deleting the game because none of us wanted to play anymore anyway. As for the werewolf, there were no weirdly detailed descriptions or anything like that, and from what I remember of what the storyteller said after our characters all died, he said just thought it would be funny to have the werewolf literally act like a pet dog. It wasn't, it was just weird.
Yeah, I don't like it.
This is just giving me some other type of vibes, and I'm just like, no, please. Just go away. Don't do this.
I mean, 99% of the time, a werewolf is not going to work with a vamp. They're going to kill the vamp.
Yes.
Unless you're talking about like Black Spiral Dancer's a hard maybe. Werewolves will occasionally tolerate a Malkavian for some reason. I assume because of their sight.
That's the only assumption I can go with, too, yeah. It's just... You know how they like to make the joke
That's the comments.
for like shows and comics about the artist's barely disguised fetish.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Yeah, this person apparently agrees from their comic because that just caught me. Okay, so that was weird, stupid, your prince has something better to do, and very heavily telegraphed. Storytelling subtle as a half brick. I get the impression the whole game was planned backwards from this moment, and the storyteller was sitting there risking a trouser accident every time he posted. Yep, this reads like the GM's barely disguised fetish. Trouser accident, I love that. Your storyteller is a Malkavian, I don't mean that in a good way. You take that back right now.
Do not insult Malkavians like that.
Right. Not gonna lie, this DM storytelling has more plot holes than a Swiss cheese, but I'd say this. Your meta knowledge kind of screws you over here as well. New vampires should have no real clue about werewolves or their abilities, but it was your meta knowledge that made you flee the pet, even though that's still not unreasonable given that the prince was also in the picture as a potential enemy, except that basically every new vampire is warned not to fuck with werewolves. That they will fucking end you. Nevertheless, it was a bad plot hook in the first place. So I'd say this, if you play with a group that has experience in the general lore, you kind of need to clear up stuff like this. It can be done narratively so that the players learn how powerful werewolves are, or simply by declaring this how this world works. Mate, it's a 10-foot tall, half-ton killing machine with claws the size of your finger. You don't have to be a Jesus to think, I should run from this bastard.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, you just woke up and learned, hey, vampires are real. Oh, fuck, werewolves are real, and they're super big.
Yep, werewolf will fold you quite easily.
Oh, yes.
It'll be a lawn chair when you're done.
There's a
You're
reason there's a primordial response in humans when they see a werewolf transform to, oh shit, run away.
Yep.
And it's not just because of all the weird cracking and breaking bones and everything else that goes along with that bullshit.
Right? Certainly doesn't help. Oh my god.
There's a reason why. I was going to say, there's a reason why in Discworld, Angua does not like people watching her transform.
Let's see. What?
Oh, this is going to be good already.
Damn, there's nothing there. The title that staggered my attention was DM lets party decide to sell another player to kill off their character. So I click on, there's just a link to another post that says, I think I'm not good at D&D, and that post has been removed.
Huh.
Well, okay then.
There's nothing here, no other context here. Damn, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, that sounds like a interesting story.
Okay, here we go.
I have so many questions, but they will never be answered.
Right? We've seen some similar fucked up ones, but... yeah, here we go.
Well, here's how you do it. You have to kick them into the Sparta pit.
This one has needed advice for how to deal with a problem player. Hello, newest GM
Rubber
here.
question.
I'm wondering how to handle a player that upsets the mood on game day. I'm running a homebrew campaign for a party of lifelong friends. Some experience with TTRPGs, others not at all. Before the campaign began, I found out a buddy was moving back to town, so I invited him to join the party. It could be an issue, but I wanted to include him and give it a shot. He tries to argue with me constantly. He doesn't keep track of his spells or spell slots. He often sits on a couch nearby drinking and questions why people are doing what they're doing. His character sheet, nowhere in sight. When he gets hit, he spends several minutes complaining. When he misses a melee attack as a caster, same story. He seems to mostly want to point out plot holes or poke at the way others play, but barely roleplays. He often says he's bored. We all love him, but he makes D&D stressful for everyone. One player perfectly said that it's like we were all kids at the park finding cool sticks to pretend they're swords, and there's one kid going around making sure everyone knows they aren't swords and that swords are lame. I work hard on the campaign, harder than I should, but I'm slowly learning little tricks to make DMing easier for myself. I've asked him what he needs, more combat, less, a different character. He said he's having fun. What do I do? What's up at the Sparta
Lightly
pit?
to leave.
Right?
Once again, the pit. That's all there is to it.
Gave him a shot, didn't work out. Leave.
Like you
Other
are,
things out elsewhere.
you are killing the vibe, my dude. First comment nails it right on the head. Really, thanks for participating, but I don't think you're a good fit for my group. We can hang out and do other things. The kids in the park metaphor is great, and the sticks are swords, and they are cool. What do I do? Ask yourself why you're still keeping this guy around, lol. He obviously is interested in engaging with your game. If he wants to chill with his friends, he can do it some other time. D&D night is for D&D. When he said he was having fun, that was your cue to say you might be having fun, but my players and I are kind of getting the impression that you aren't really into this. It's frustrating when you're always saying that you're bored and talking shit about us in the game. You know, either give him a chance to change the way he's doing things, or just tell him that you guys should find something else to do together another night of the week. He's not going to be happy about it, but offering to do something on different dates is the peace offering here. But,
Hey, just-
yeah.
Anything else with this guy, and then just have D&D another night with somebody, with the rest of the group.
Right.
I mean, kicking him into the hole is not off the table.
True. True. Yeah, that's definitely one you just need to ask to leave the table.
Yep. Please leave, bringing us all down.
Alright. I need to go get something to drink real quick. Run to the bathroom quick, so I'll be back in just a few moments. And
Okay.
give Eve her last chance to join. Alright. Be right back.
See you soon.
boyfriend.
God damn it! I just got back too. God damn it.
Glad that worked.
That was some timing. Oh, that's going to be a thing for a while, is it not? I want that just to be the. I want that to just be like somebody possessed in a game.
What, the chipmunk voice that I did?
That too, but I was just gonna say a demon possessed character going. That's my boyfriend.
I have one on here that is demon. I'll give it a shot.
No, look, I want the demon to be like fucking Judge Doom from Roger Rabbit.
That's my boyfriend.
Is that any good? I
That
I
also
can't
works,
hear them.
yes. That works, yes. But the first one made me think of Judge Doom from Roger Rabbit, which is also really good. Hi, Lore. Have you actually seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Oh yeah, I watched it a long time ago.
Yeah, Judge Doom was fucking terrifying to young Morty.
I can imagine.
He's still terrifying at this point too, just because he's fucking Christopher Lloyd does such an amazing job of that character.
One of the things that freaked me out as a kid, that's similar to that, was there was a Beetlejuice cartoon.
Oh
It was
yeah,
like the second season. The opening was Beetlejuice's face, but it looked like actual corpse. It freaked me out every time I saw it.
I think that may have been why I didn't. That may have been why I never actually watched the show, because I saw that first. I've actually got to go back and watch that at some point. Now I'm suddenly imagining that girl. No, I'm saying that's my boyfriend 3 times to summon her boyfriend.
Let's see. Is there a voice that would work? It's not really like woman on here. It's or man or anything on here on these pre-existing effects. High pitch maybe.
Hmm.
That's my boyfriend. That's my boyfriend. That's my boyfriend.
It's showtime! Oh god, it's her. Fuck. God. The shit we could possibly do for shenanigans in that with just as references. Oh god. Yeah, I think that was what put me off of it as a kid.
The cartoon itself was fine. It's just
Oh
that
yeah. And I think that's what that's the thing, is like young Morty could not handle that sort of thing. Current Morty is like, that's badass.
That's my boyfriend. I have no idea how this word sounds. But that's my boyfriend, sorry face.
Suspect a clean mic.
That was scary.
Oh dear. I think we're going to have to kill him, Goku.
And then I talked about I should do this.
Now you're just reminding me of a fucking horror game I've seen a couple of times going around, which has a goddamn Japanese toilet paper ad on TVs.
Well, oh, wow. I want to listen to that later to see how that sounded. Actually, I can do that right now, actually. The channel just have to hear it double. Sorry, chat.
Double foil of trouble.
What the fuck? Oh, interesting.
Very interesting.
Sounds like heresy talk to me.
Where was it?
I'm sending you this real quick just because I feel like this would be appropriate for this would actually.
Sorry.
Are you eating 5 gum?
Oh, God.
But I feel like this would work very well for a Vampire the Masquerade game with the Camarilla.
Oh, God, it would, yeah. Might have some people getting executed for breaching the masquerade just for talking. Oh, God.
Vampires who mix all slang from the past 5 centuries mercilessly within the same breath and don't even try to stop it anymore.
I bite my thumb at thee. Oh, God, I remember that. That's an old slur there. Basically, just
So
the way
many
of...
good ones.
Yeah. Hostile by Daddy-O. My eyes are bleeding.
I'm scared of this title already.
Yeah. Go back to the werewolf one, please.
This is a damn good title, though. You gotta admit.
Oh yeah, this honestly feels like it should have been done in my favorite system.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it though.
She wanted attention. He wanted to control. We wanted out. I'm scared. Well, you shouldn't be, because you're on... What the hell was the name of the show?
Candid Camera?
No, it was a horror version of Candid Camera. Scare Tactics? No, Fear Tactics. No, one Fear Tactics.
I know what you're talking about, but I have no idea the name.
It's one of those Candid Camera things that is just like, no one can actually be falling for this shit, right? Nah. Let's see. Campaign was classic 5e high fantasy. After about 6 sessions, our monk, Zach, asked if his girlfriend, Tina, could join. Says she was really creative and had been wanting to try roleplay. She rolled a tiefling bard named Naira, who introduced herself mid-session by interrupting a tense standoff between our group and a cult lieutenant. She walked to the scene, playing a lute, and said, "Why fight when we can make music instead?" The cultists rolled low on insight, so the DM played along. She defused the fight. We thought, okay, she might be fun. Next session, Naira flirts with every party member. Constantly. Our paladin is a 60-year-old ex-conscript with a dead family and chronic leg pain. Naira says he's weathered, like a tree with deep roots I want to press my back against. The table laughs nervously. Tina doesn't. Then she starts describing her outfit every session. Always some variation of corsets, soft boots, nothing underneath. Oh dear, she's one of those. We get a weekly monologue about how Naira braids her hair, what perfume she wears, and how she leans in too close without noticing. Then Zach's character, the monk, starts getting weirdly aggressive. He's suddenly cold to the players, always interrupting them in dialogue. When our druid complimented Naira's harp playing, Zach immediately said, "My character doesn't trust you anymore." Uh-oh. It got worse. Oh god, and it gets worse. Whenever another player so much as talked to Naira, Zach's character would glare or leave the room. One session, Naira was unconscious after a fight and the cleric healed her. Tina says Naira wakes up and softly touches his face. Zach immediately says, "I punched the cleric." DM says, "Why?" Zach, "He touched her. He doesn't get to do that." IRL, Zach and Tina start bickering in front of us. Tina says, "You're doing this because you're insecure." Zach says, "You're making your character slutty on purpose." Tina, "You said I could play whatever I wanted." Zach, "Now if it's just you being weird with everyone." They go outside to argue for 20 minutes. We awkwardly sit around. They come back. We try to keep going. Tina now plays Naira completely silent and withdrawn, describes her as grieving something she can't explain. Sessions ends early. They skip the next week. Then Dave gets a text. "We're taking a break. Thanks for letting us try. I think we need to focus on our relationship right now." TLDR, a guy brought his girlfriend into the game and it instantly turned into a sexual tension minefield. She flirted with everyone. He got jealous. They argued in front of us and uploaded the game when trying to work out the relationship via fantasy characters. Damn. I said this a lot, but what?
Look,
D&D is not therapy.
Look, I get that it helps sometimes, but don't use it specifically for therapy.
And if you do, make sure everyone else is well aware of it.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people's version of therapy with these types of games is escapism.
Yeah.
Not, I always wanted to be the town bicycle and wanted to make my boyfriend super pissed at me. And then he just goes and punches the cleric out of the blue. It's like, what?
I punched the cleric!
It's like, well, I guess you're not getting the heals anymore, are you, buddy? I would have even tried to continue the game after that. So I was like, okay, you two have issues you need to work out. You have killed the mood of the game, just as you've apparently killed the mood in the bedroom for yourselves. Get the fuck out.
I recommend either real therapy or move on.
Yeah. I mean,
We are not here to deal with your shit.
she wants to play a slated character. Okay, cool. He's not cool with that. That's something y'all should have figured out before you even brought her into the game.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, if you're going to get that possessive over someone else's character, yeah, that's just a toxic relationship, and both are fueling each other on that one. Top comment. I'm sorry, but this is very funny. Especially often the game reflects real life. So what's it mean when my wife played the cleric and she let my character die?
Whoops.
Whoopsie!
That means you have to grab a new character sheet, Smile. Yeah, just say I give her shit about how she just needed to touch my character to heal him before climbing out of the pit we'd fallen into. Granted, we weren't in the best place in our relationship at the time, but I still refuse to let her play the healer even now that we are good. Woo. When she said she wanted to try roleplay, clearly D&D isn't what she had in mind. Oh, God.
When she heard Dungeon Master, she thought of something else entirely.
Right. To be honest, it seems more like making your friends do therapy instead of D, right?
Yeah, exactly. They're forcing their problems onto you to try and solve them. But then not wanting you to help at all.
Yeah, this sounds like a lot of relationship issues that they brought to the table. From the last conversation between Tina and Zach, it sounds like Tina did the slated character on purpose to make a point, while Zach was insecure, not trusting her with others. Well, Tina decided to bring this issue to the table and ruining all your fun. Said the DM hasn't stopped her sooner for doing his monologues, or this monologues. You should have a talk to the group about how you can handle it if the couple wants to come back. If so, you should set boundaries that are okay with everyone. It sounds like Tina did the slutty character on purpose to make a point. Confused by typo. Now imagining a dolphin in fishnets. The stockings, not the fishing implement.
I mean, dolphins are pretty horny.
True. Oh my god, that was a ride.
I just cannot even with that right now because why?
Right.
Why are people like this?
I don't get it. Uh-oh, this one will be one that'll make Chill rage a little bit.
Oh, is it going to be DM constantly pushes button? Because I'm not...
Kinda?
Oh, no.
This one's titled...
Oh, hey, rocks fall, everyone dies.
Right. DM insta-killed characters because consequences. A paid gang. I believe it was about $15 a session. DM said that actions had consequences. I thought, okay, fair.
Oh man, paid for this shit
What are
too,
you going to learn? Your
Uh-huh.
actions have consequences.
Yeah, like I'm not getting my money back apparently. Quest was to transport a strangely coffin-shaped crate to someone deep in the forest with orders not to open it. Yeah, that's not suspicious. Along the journey, we started to get hints that there was a live person in there. Concerned, players opened the box. The recipient of the box, a giant creature, suddenly leaps down from the trees. The GM says the player character is crushed underfoot instantly. New character sheet. One of our characters is arrested for something, and I don't remember it as being a matter of total character dickery. DM says if you all don't come up with a way to break him from the jail in the next few minutes, he's going to die at dawn. We sit around and try to think of something. The character, indeed, dies at dawn. New character sheet. Our quest is to deliver... right?
What?
Our quest is to deliver a palantir to someone. Worried, my character tries to take the palantir to the temple for advice. DM says my character feels a sense of dread and considers killing herself as she approaches the temple. Okay, I think this is obviously a deterrent, and I don't want yet another instant kill. I have a history of suicide attempts as well. Ooh.
Oh yeah, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, where are you? Yeah, no.
Not knowing what else
No,
to do.
this needed to be discussed.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Not knowing what else to do, we deliver the palantir. The DM shakes his head and says that we just doomed the world. So we go to an NPC to ask for advice, and the DM tells us to explain in detail what we did. We do. The NPC scolds us harshly. We go to another NPC to ask for advice, and the DM asks us to explain in detail what we did. I say, do we have to tell you again? And he replies, you're not telling me, you're telling NPC. Embarrassed, we tell the story again. The NPC scolds us harshly. DM says we should reconsider telling a lot of people what happened. This was over the span of maybe 4 sessions, tops. Mid-session, I packed my stuff and said, I'm not having fun, so I'm leaving, and walked out. Consequences equals I'm a fucking sadist. I mean, I am, but
Yeah,
no.
this GM sucks.
This GM absolutely sucks. You paid for the pleasure of it.
Like,
Oof.
I get doing something dumb, but if you're fucking just like every little thing has like these dreadful consequences, no, fuck you.
I mean, the person was going on the right track, taking this to the temple, ask for advice, and you give her the sensation of impending doom, dread, and suicidal thoughts. I guess someone that is a suicide survivor, apparently. Yeah, they're going to think, oh shit, well, let's turn around, because it's how you've literally been training them this whole time.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad this ends with you walking away. I wouldn't play at this table for free, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't play at this table when the team was paying me $15 per session.
If I have to keep making new character sheets, I need you to pay me on this one. Because paper ain't fucking cheap at this point.
Yeah. Insta-kill is only acceptable consequences for super obvious fuck-ups, like instantly telling the king at level 1, I'm going to dethrone you, death to monarchy, level idiotic moves. I remember my favorite insta-death that happened in a game. I think I told you guys the story about how this guy outside, they're trying to sneak into a ball. How much does a short sword do again? 1d6 points of damage. Oh, sweet. I'm going to sheath it in my head and hide the hilt with a top hat.
Yeah.
Everyone else watches the horror as you, with a sickening grin on your face, you slide the sword into your head and then fall over dead. What? But only does 1d6 damage. Show me the person that can survive that. Right now.
I think I got broken.
I broke Morty. No.
What the? Just what?
Not
the
again.
Fuck? Morty.exe has fucking broken. Restart this shit.
This guy is a hostile GM. They clearly want... It's not even consequences. It's just like...
I mean, the giant's just coming in and smashing you underfoot out of nowhere because you happen to look into the box where clearly someone's alive in.
Look, if you want to do this, you should just run 2E, Tomb of Horrors or something.
Oh, that's good, Mac. My favorite comment, the DM needs to rethink his approach. If he took $15 per character sheet instead of per session, he would earn a lot more money.
You're not wrong there. Holy shit.
Woo! Now, 2 of Horrors or 2 of Annihilation if you want to just kill people left and right and center. Heck, most serious games, if you're not careful, you can easily kill the players if you're not careful with it sometimes.
Oh yeah, did I tell y'all about the fact that the last session I was in, I told we had a Balgara show up, and basically what ended up happening was we ended up doing a shit ton of damage to it. So our DM was kind enough to throw a second one at us that had been in hiding just as a backup in case we took care of it too quickly. We still took care of that one too, but it was just like, it was funny as hell because it's like he wanted to make sure that we had an appropriate challenge for that.
Yeah, I'd do it. Oh,
and
my God.
We're a group of level 5, level 4s, so that was fun.
Oof. That sounds like a rough one, yeah. Oh, God. Surely he didn't know that that was like a trigger for her. Surely.
That would be something you would think would be, brought up in session 0.
Assuming they even thought to bring it up, because how often do you expect that to happen in D&D? I mean, Call of Cthulhu or Cult, then yeah, absolutely, that's something that you'd have to cover. Because those games get dark pretty fucking quick sometimes. Call of Cthulhu maybe not so much, but you'd be surprised what you do when you go through a bout of madness.
I mean, to be fair, I've mentioned many times I have the Steinhardt's book, which has some serious insanity effects as potential, so...
Right. This one sounded interesting. Player accidentally ruined the final BBEG encounter and extended the campaign to drag on for several more sessions. So, this happened in our tables Descent into Avernus campaign a few days ago, which is basically our main campaign for our tables canon. It has been going on for 3-ish years. Descent is pretty popular, so I'm sure most people know the premise, but I'll explain all the relevant details. This session, somewhere around the 82nd, we've had a lot of expansion modules and stuff, was one where we confront the literal big bad of the campaign, the BBEG Zariel, the Archduchess of the First Layer of Hell, Avernus, who was holding a city of innocent people hostage to convert into an army of devils for the ongoing, perpetual, never-ending war against the demons. For those that aren't aware, this game is literally
doing her job.
Yeah. This game is literally the prequel to Baldur's Gate 3.
Zariel doing her job and doing it well.
Right. We'll call the individuals as such. Barbarian, the player in question. Bloodhunter, the other player, and DM. Barbarian has historically been kind of an instigator. Fights that the party weren't ready to engage in were started because his character got bored of preparation or indecision. This is partially a boon, as it has kept the story going in the past and led to interesting scenarios, but more than occasionally, decisions his have often led to significant frustration in the sessions past, especially when those decisions are extensively against group rule. In particular, he has a very difficult time letting any scene just sit. He has to be in the center of the camera at all times. No. And if he's not, you will hear his quippy little comments while literally everyone else is having a moment. Oh, God, I've had this player. I've kicked this player.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that a couple times.
All right. On top of blatant main character syndrome, to the point where he often makes jokes about how his character is also the main character that he will surely deny hold any real sentiment if pressed. He seems to... Wait, what the fuck was that sentence? Alva makes jokes about how his character is also the main character that he will surely deny hold any real sentiment if... What? Okay, I don't understand that sentence. He seems to suffer from some kind of irony poisoning, very rarely allowing himself to be fully invested in the game, like a cringe phobia. Nary a dramatic moment will happen with him shouting some degradement of it from the background, sometimes quite literally. At times, his behavior can be endearing and funny. At other times, it's utterly incessant and infuriating. But for the most part, I've lived with it. It's not a campaign ruiner, but it's just an extreme pet peeve. There have been moments where he does allow himself to take a little bit more seriously, so as long as he's having fun, whatever. I can deal with some undercut tension here and there. Between sessions prior to this one, we, the party, had agreed that we would try to talk her down because her circumstances that led her here were tragic and she was very clearly said to be redeemable. But while I and the rest of the party did not want to go down that route, and it even fit for my character, who themselves is all about claiming agency when it feels like you're being shackled in self-redemption, I wasn't really under any delusion that it would work without any battle, as it really shouldn't have. That would be anticlimactic as fuck, and if I was the DM, I would force some kind of battle before she could be reasoned with, because she's literally why we're all here. To fight the BBEG. So, fast forward to the session, and we walk up to the stairs to confront her. Barbarian had created a whole speech to attempt to convert Zariel, and was impressively written. There was something a lot of care put into, and it was honestly kind of nice to see him take something about the game so seriously, which is a very rare occurrence, and it did phase Zariel, but didn't sway her. We all give our respective pledges, but as expected, she doesn't budge easily. She offers a compromise to free the people if, in their place, we pledge to serve her instead via a binding devil contract. Words cannot express enough that this is the incorrect decision. Literal bad ending tier shit. The obvious outcome is that she'll be satisfied for now, but will inevitably attempt a similar plan again later when troops are low, with us unable to stand against her because we're literally owned by her. So, me and Bloodhunter decline. It was in our character to do it anyway. But Barbarian continues to resolve things peacefully regardless and offers to sign the contract. Bloodhunter and I try to repeatedly explain how this can only go wrong, how it's a short-sighted, impermanent solution, that we will do more harm than good in the long run. I believe we pushed the issue just as far as we reasonably could have without actively intruding on Barbarian's agency out of game, but they still refused to listen and went to sign it anyway. And at this point, our NPC companion, Rhea, who has been with us since the literal beginning, jumps in to slice the contract before he can sign. This is literally Primo DM speak for, "What the fuck are you doing? Stop, it's fight time." Rhea basically all but directly states that if that contract were signed, Zariel's first order would be for him to attack us. At this point, there's literally no turning back. It's fight time, period. The party has explicitly not shown interest in taking her deal, so she initiates combat, and we literally roll initiatives. This, of all things, should be the cue that talk time is over. The Bloodhunter and I declared non-lethal damage for all our hits this fight because we needed her alive anyway. We made it very clear that we would try again once she was defeated. And yet, Barbarian still refuses to engage, insisting that the situation is still somehow salvageable, intending to do literally nothing on his terms but kneel, plead, and ask forgiveness for our actions. Oh, he's found his Dami mommy. Round 1, Rhea goes down in a single flurry of attacks from Zariel, and it's at this point he finally decides to do something. Like the worst thing he possibly could have, though. On his turn, he runs up to her and sticks a bag of holding and another bag of, oh god.
Oh no. Interdimensional spaces do not like to overlap.
No. Sticks a bag of holding and another bag of holding to zap them both into the astral plane, of which there's obviously no easy way back, and the rules are a clusterfuck to look up on the fly. His logic was that he could isolate her and him so that they could talk and come to an agreement. Again, not the time. I wanted to fight, Bloodhunter wanted to fight, Rhea wanted to fight, Zariel wanted to fight, the DM wanted us to fight. So at this point, you really could just need to give in and concede with the rest of the group. But he didn't read the description right because it actually scatters everything it transports randomly. So they're just out there, somewhere. We sat there for like an hour as the DM tried frantically to figure out what to do from here on because the final boss we were just about to fight and one of our party members were just blipped out of the game. Eventually he scrambled something together and we had to call the session early. I admire his willingness to bend the story in adherence to Barbarian's decision to make something interesting out of a bad situation, but every fiber in my being would have rather we just been railroaded back on course in that moment. What should have been the final climatic battle is now a random, arbitrary, awkward stopgap, and the campaign has been extended by likely several sessions. And as much as I've been absolutely adoring this campaign, I would also like it to end. I was ready for the final battle of this session, and instead we've been asked to sit back literal weeks of play. I can't look forward to the next few sessions wrapping up the campaign because it's just not going to be more busy work to correct this mistake. He clearly felt a little bad for it because he was like, did I fuck up? During that hour that we were twiddling our thumbs and we all laughed it up because, like, yes you did. Brutally. It's entirely 100% your fault, but I can't just fucking say that. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to say to that? But I can't feel as sympathetic as I'd like to, because did I fuck up was paired alongside with snide, sarcastic comments like, ask me if I regret it, and boasting about how he saved the rest of the party. I didn't ask to be saved, I wanted to fight. When I half confronted him about it at the table during that hour, really just an explanation of why I think it was a mistake, he got defensive and sarcastic apologized for not wanting to murder hobo everything. Particularly infuriating considering his character is a consistent murder hobo and instigator. We had literally already stated we weren't intending to kill Zariel. Generally the most deflating session I've ever experienced. Not the most frustrating, some have been far more tense, but I packed up my dice solemnly disappointed.
Oof.
I just got back, but my goodness, that's damn.
Right. Oh, wow. The first comment's blaming the DM for this mess.
The tail end of that sounded rough.
Hi, Eve.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going. Goodness. When you said you're going to be a little late, I didn't think you were going to mean that late.
I didn't think I was either.
Shit happens sometimes, unfortunately.
The first
I
comment
don't have to
blaming
be
the
off
DM. What
as
the fuck?
early as I thought I was going to.
That's good.
So,
This story is mostly on the DM, to be honest. There's explicitly a redemption path for Zariel written directly into the campaign that does not avoid a big fight at the climax. That does not avoid a big fight at the climax. That still doesn't solve the problem with him stuffing a bag of holding in the bag of holding and teleporting them away. What? Wow. That was... Oof. So, Eve, how are you?
doing good.
Nice, nice, nice. And it is now your turn to answer the questions.
What's the questions?
The questions.
The questions. What was your very first campaign you ever played?
Played?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. I'm still probably gonna have to say the gigantic, World of Darkness cross-venue game I was in, because technically I did, like, kind of play a little D&D before that, but it wasn't a campaign. And, because I don't know if we even actually, like, played much, if any. Like, if we did, like, maybe an hour, if that. So, yeah, so probably the huge World of Darkness game that I was in.
Nice, nice. The follow-up question to that one was, what was the first campaign you DM'd, and how did it go?
Oh, that was the Bleach one, which went really well.
Nice, nice. What lessons did you learn either as a DM or as a player that you apply in real life?
Damn. It's okay to be forgetful.
Yeah, that was a tough one that Alex threw at us.
Shit. It's just like easy, and then it's just like hard as fuck.
Exactly.
Eh. Of course, Alex would.
Right?
Lessons in my D&D?
Lessons. What are those?
Wheel of morality, turn, turn, turn. Tell us a lesson that we should learn.
Oh, God.
Deep reach.
Make sure that Steven Spielberg makes the new seasons of anything.
God, I can't think of... Are there any other questions?
I just had one. I just had a question. It was,
Sure.
if you could get access to any one spell in 5e, what would you choose?
The mansion one.
Oh,
Ooh, that is a good choice.
Yes.
that is a very good choice.
What is it? I don't have to worry about
Mordecai
living
is
anywhere
magnificent
ever.
mansion, yeah.
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 Fuck homeowner taxes and things like that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? And they'd still find
And
a way
all
to
the
tax you
unseen
for it.
servants. Oh, God.
And
No,
anything
there's
that
no
you want to
taxes in
eat.
my magic world.
Ah, but this is for the real world.
No.
I mean,
No
how are
taxes.
they going to find you? How are they going to find you?
Also that.
Like, you're not going to have a goddamn mailbox for this place.
Yeah, careful, they got Al Capone for
they
shit like that.
somehow, yeah, no, they somehow find you, then I just fucking move somewhere else. Oh no.
I wonder how you're doing so well and living so well with no income reported.
I mean, they don't have to know that I'm living well. All they have to know is that I put a cardboard.
It's the
More
U.S.
on my
government. If you're
cardboard box.
breathing without rasping, they think you're doing too well and you need to be taxed for it.
You're not wrong.
There's
But
also
same
a
time,
there's
I'm just
a
like-
right called Right of the Cardboard Mansion. Or yeah, I think that's right.
Mm-hmm.
But that spells better because of all the unseen servants, and it's way bigger.
True.
On paper and broken, that's all I care about. Alex, why you do with the lessons question? Why? Why?
And of course, there's also now our new favorite joke of "That's my boyfriend." Smile.
What?
Yeah.
There was a tale you missed where one of the people involved said, "That's my boyfriend."
Okay.
Not that. This.
I did
THAS.
say that.
I was just making sure she picked up on it.
I see. I did not. God damn it.
I thought that would have been easy.
Oh. Lessons on my tabletop game? What that?
Also, there's a
Yeah,
pinned
but-
comment for you, Eve.
Yep.
Aww.
He said not to tell
Yeah.
you. I said, fool. You've activated my trap card.
Nice.
You think they'd know better by now?
Oh, is that how it was spelled? Oh,
No.
nice.
No, but that's how we were saying it anyway. That's my boyfriend.
definitely had that
Smiley
cadence.
face. It had that cadence, absolutely.
Oh, wait, no. I do that. That way they get a notification about it later.
Would it tell them that you're the one that shouted him out, or just that he was they were shouted out by a channel?
Just that they were shouted out in your channel. But they would probably guess.
Perhaps, yeah.
More than likely. God damn it. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I cannot think of anything else besides the freaking
See, I think we had like
forgetfulness one.
it's okay to walk away. Sometimes you gotta put your foot down. Leadership skills, because no matter what, you end up being the fucking referee for everybody.
Go do a crime.
Go to a crime.
Yeah, that was Morty. Stick away from games.
I mean, we did steal back the devil's golden fiddle.
Hmm. I mean, I guess there's like that kind of, how do I put it? Like, not everyone is gonna fit into your table and or into your game, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I guess there's that. Yay! Because yeah, I've gone through a lot of games. It was just like playing with friends and just like kind of got to the point. Most of it was just really bad scheduling. Some people were just almost near impossible to schedule around, but
Right.
yeah, there are just some instances it's just like I don't know if that person's right for my table.
Yep. We also just talked about all sorts of other random things. Me and Joe were going on about Shadowrun for a while.
What the fuck is up with the Jello? I saw that. I was like, I am upset by what I am seeing. I was like, what the fuck is that?
So that's something called aspic, where they would make full-on fucking meals and then put it in Jello for some ungodly reason. And I've decided that for my Dead Space themed campaign, that's going to be the food of the masses.
Vienna sausages and pickles.
Oh no, those are hot dogs.
In gelatin.
They
Those are
look-
straight hot dogs.
They look like Vienna sausages to me, but okay. Oh.
Oh my god, that was fucking great.
I
I
was just like, I
Was
saw
it
the
cousin?
20-something messages. It's like, oh, what have they been talking about? And I see that, like, what the fuck?
The future's not bad enough with necromorphs and whatnot. We have to have aspic as the main food.
And that's partially my fault, because we were talking about, like, creators like Townsend or Tasting History, about, like, we'd watch stuff like that from back in the old days, and, like, for ideas for our own, like, tavern fare or whatnot. It's like, it's really amazing. It's like, a lot of that food does not look bad at all. Actually, a lot of it looks really fucking good, and even comparable to today. So it's like, what the fuck happened in the 50s and 60s that everything was encased in fucking Jello? Which
about to say
inspired
the,
Morden.
Well, the SpaghettiOs one,
That is
that
a
one
sin.
didn't surprise me because I've watched B. Dylan Hollis make one of those, and
We should have found the one of the tuna fish salad and
no, I don't. No, thank you. Oh wait, no, you mean one that he did? Shot for everyone.
I know.
Do you need?
Right. I know Dylan baking, who does baking, he has two cookbooks out now. Dylan something or another, I can't remember his actual username. Tried basically a tuna fish salad in a gelatin, and it apparently tasted
That
as
sounds
bad as it looked.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah.
he ralphed almost immediately. What are we taking a shot of? I've got some orange bourbon left, and I got some amaretto left.
I have water now.
I killed the rye earlier.
And I presently have nothing because that would require me to move stuff out of the way of the door.
All right, teasing lick it is.
God damn it.
Morden, do you know the story of the teasing lick?
Oh no.
Okay, I need to hear this.
Oh god damn it.
Should I tell the story, or should I just send him the fucking highlight reel that I made?
I'm not gonna answer that because I know you're not gonna listen to my answer. Probably.
Do what you must, or I've already won.
I'll say if anything, probably Morty should pick.
I mean, I'm fine with whichever, so just whatever you think would tell the story better.
This happened a couple months ago, I think now. A few episodes back. And Chill had an interesting question for the group earlier. Asking, is it just me, or is everyone a lot more thirsty these days? Like, the players specifically. To which you all agreed, yes. Yes, they are. Much more thirsty. Or at least much more open about it. Because I think they were always thirsty, they just weren't as open about it as they are now.
And then we went like on a tangent about vampire, of course.
Yep, and then different foods came up, like the McGangbang, I believe it was. And Eve was uncomfortable and told her that it needed to stop, because ew. Not about what it was, because the actual food item sounds pretty good, it's just the name of it. It was like, yeah, well, people come up with strange names for strange things, like just look at alcoholic drinks. You got blowjob, porn star, sex on the beach, slippery nipple, just to name a few. Which made me realize, you know what? I normally have the fixings for a blowjob, which is just amaretto, Irish cream, and then whipped cream. I've never put them all together though. To which Eve decides she was going to redeem a shot. Wanted me to make a blowjob. I was like, I don't have the shot glass. I don't think I have ice cream right now. So, first we talked about a deep throat and a throat swab because we're just talking about making them in a big glass since I didn't have a shot glass available.
Oh my god.
But since I only had amaretto, and I said, well, that's one half of the blowjob shot. And he said, yeah, okay, you can do that then. I was like, so you're getting half a blowjob. A teasing lick. To which everyone has proceeded to die laughing their ass off. Even Eve, even though she's acting all mortified right now. I believe her immediate reaction was, bruh.
Something like that, but yes. God damn it.
Oh, and everyone else had to hear this. Oh, now you have to hear it, Eve.
Oh yeah?
That's my boyfriend. Smiley face.
I still hate it. I still fucking hate it.
Look, that story had so much going on. It hurt.
Where was that? 'Cause it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Girlfriend destroys campaign before it even starts was, I think, the name of it.
Oh god.
Yep, GM's girlfriend.
Here it is.
Right underneath, yep.
I was looking for the link where
Just the
we created the
name.
teasing lick. I will send it to you now, Borden.
Oh. I say, yeah. Alex said 2, maybe 3 months ago.
Just about, yeah. If my Discord stopped acting stupid, I'd appreciate it. Is anyone else having issues with the Discord? Like, it just acts like it freezes and it's not really moving when you scroll?
Discord has been very weird
Okay.
as of late.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not just me then. Good.
I think some of the duct tape came loose whenever the outages happened.
Yeah, seems so. Alright, this is one that it's probably just as well that I don't see I Just Die lurking in the chat, because this will probably set him off.
Oh no.
Oh no.
There we go. The title for this one is Game Ended Before It Even Started Due to AI Opinions.
Opinions? Okay. Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm a brain of me. It was just like the AI having an opinion. I was like, what?
Maybe it did. We'll find out.
I mean, that is actually, yeah. Yep, nope. Gross.
This was one of those games that got disbanded before even reaching session 1. Those are pretty common, but this one in particular ended because of an argument over AI stuff. Now, this is mostly about how emotional people got during the argument, but I'm not going to make this post about whether AI is good or bad. I have my opinions on AI, mostly negative, especially when it comes to AI art, but when it comes to a hobby like TTRPGs, my opinions are a bit centrist. You'll see what I mean in a bit, but if my opinions annoy you, I'm sorry. With that out of the way, here's the story. We, a group of 3 players and a DM, are going to play a sci-fi setting using a system-agnostic game. System-agnostic game, okay. We picked very wacky characters, since the system allowed us to create strange creatures, perfect for non-humanoid alien species. One of the players said that since our characters were so weird, there was arguably no existing artwork that could represent them. So he suggested using AI-generated images for our PC's portraits. I said I didn't have a problem with that. He could use them as placeholders, and once we got a couple of sessions in and had a better feel for his character, I could draw a proper portrait. The DM, however, didn't want us to use AI at all. They insisted we should get art from real artists. I replied that was completely fair, but pointed out that it's sometimes hard to find someone to do art, and it can feel like a waste of money if the game suddenly ends after just a session or two, foreshadowing. I add that if it's not being used for profit and it's just for a hobby, it shouldn't be a big issue. Then the other player chimed in with their own opinion about AI. I didn't agree with everything they said, but I didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so I stayed quiet. The DM then started expressing their own views, and the back and forth escalated. It got pretty tense. Eventually, the DM started throwing insults at the AI player, then at me, saying I was also part of the problem. It turned into a full-blown shouting match between people talking over each other, yelling, complete chaos. Then, everything went quiet. We all suddenly realized how far the voice chat had devolved, and after a few seconds of silence, the DM said that we needed to calm down and left the call. That left the other two players and me still in the call. In silence. It was extremely awkward. No one wanted to say anything. Eventually, the AI player broke the silence with a "fuck this" and left the server. I was left with the remaining player. Well, that happened, he said. The DM eventually returned and asked where the other player had gone. We told him he bailed. The DM tried to talk him into coming back, but it seemed like he had blocked all of us. The DM then said, well, that's fine. He seemed like he was going to be a problem player anyway. I think I have a friend who'd like to join. They didn't seem to take any accountability for what had just happened, which made me uncomfortable, to be honest. The friend the DM wanted to invite couldn't join, so the DM said they'd just post another ad on LFG. At that point, I really didn't feel like continuing, so I apologized and told the DM I didn't feel like playing anymore. I excused myself from the group. They seemed to respect my decision and didn't pressure me to come back. I don't know if leaving was too drastic, but I felt really uncomfortable, especially because the DM had also come at me for my opinions, even though I'd only shared them once and then stayed out of the argument while the player and the DM were throwing their tantrums. Maybe I dodged a bullet. Maybe I did need to leave. Who knows? TLDR, group fell apart before the first session due to a heated argument about using AI-generated art, escalating into insults and ultimately causing two players, me included, to leave and the game to dissolve. Edit. A very long one because I just can't be brief. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. Okay. I feel I need to make an edit to clarify the events that happened, not really adding new stuff, just explaining things in more detail. To start, the game we were playing had a lot of options for character creation. The DM encouraged us, but didn't force us, to create very unique-looking characters and avoid the typical humanoid aliens. No elves, orcs, humans, lizard folk, etc. I don't remember the name of the game. It was one of those indie titles posted as a PDF on itch.io. But to give you an idea, the character creation was kind of like Open Legend. For example, the system allowed me to pick... Is this actually relevant? Because that's a lot of text. Is this actually relevant?
I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, it's just
Sounding like
longer. Yeah, it's just skimming. It doesn't feel relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, this part down here maybe. This is why sometimes I pre-read this shit, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Very
fine.
good.
Let's see, by session 0, we were all in voice chat, talking about our characters and the settings. Eventually, the AI player brought up that he probably wouldn't be able to find art that really captured his concept and mentioned he might use AI-generated art. To be honest, I kind of doubted AI could pull off whatever the hell he had in mind, but I told him I didn't have a problem. He could use a placeholder, and once we had a few sessions and a better sense of character, I could draw something for him. Dio said not to use AI at all because they were against it. I replied, that's completely fair, but that it might be a waste of commission something that before session 1. My brain immediately jumped to paid commissions because for a character concept that weird, it felt like the most realistic way to get accurate art. But I wasn't saying it was the only option. It was just the first thing I mentioned. We didn't get a chance to clarify much because right after this, the shitstorm happened. One thing I didn't mention in my first post, the DM wasn't just antagonistic about AI, which honestly is fair. They were antagonistic towards me and the AI player. I don't remember their exact words, but at one point they said, if you think using AI is justifiable, then you are both fucking fools. The point I do remember clearly is them calling us fucking fools. At one point, I mentally folded. I didn't say anything, I just backed off. They were throwing insults and getting emotional, so I stayed quiet. I didn't want to have any part of that smoke. The AI player, however, didn't back down. He became defensive about his views on AI, and the DM kept pushing back with their own. Eventually, both were hostile, shouting over each other, insult after insult. I completely tuned out. The argument was going nowhere. In hindsight, I probably should have said something to try and de-escalate things, but I was just too stunned. The tension was too high, it was awkward and overwhelming. At one point I heard something like, "It's people like you that are the problem, you and OP." They remind you that I hadn't said a word during their entire shouting match, but they still dragged me into it. Saying, "Fuck you too." They didn't literally say that, of course, but that's what it felt like. They wanted me to be part of the fight, apparently. Eventually, it all went silent, the GM left, the player bailed, and like I mentioned in the first post, I bailed too. I wanted to clarify things because people were debating who shot first. It was turning into a chicken and egg situation, so I thought it was worth being as specific as possible so others could come to more informed conclusions. Originally, I wanted to stay impartial, but I probably made the DM look like the main antagonist. Maybe I still do in this update. I might be biased since they insulted me too. But from where I stand, both the DM and the AI player were being stubborn and hostile about their opinions. Another point that came up in the comments was how wild it was that they were all focused on character art before session 1 even started. Honestly, I don't know if we were. We touched on the topic briefly as a side tangent, and that's when AI opinions exploded. As far as I know, no one said art was required. It just wasn't clarified. For all I know, we could have played the whole campaign without portraits. Guess we'll never know. Oh, one last thing that just occurred to me while writing this. While there's a lot of debate of who is the one who starts chatting and such, I must say I might be the one who started the spark, because I did make the suggestion to AI player that the placeholder AI art, and that the one who suggested buying artwork before session 1 was a waste. So I do want to acknowledge that. I've learned a thing or two about AI from comment section, so that's cool. It dishes my opinions a bit, but I'm not here to debate who's right or wrong. I just wanted to share my story. I don't think I'm qualified to make any final judgments. I do want to share one last opinion. You don't have to read this part if you don't want to. Some people said, who's going to find someone to commission or afford to do so? Honestly, it's not as hard as it seems. If you search commissions on Twitter, Instagram, or DeviantArt, heck, there's probably a subreddit for it. You'll find plenty of artists. Sure, you go for big name artists and pay $500 to get exactly what you want, but I'd encourage you to look at smaller artists, the ones with under 2,000 followers, 1,500, 100 followers, etc. They might be offering commissions for $15 an hour. And yeah, you get what you pay for, but some of those artists are really talented. If you see someone charging $50 and you can afford it, maybe toss them 20. It helps a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, heck, I have friends with several artists that I will absolutely shill the fuck out of too. They don't cost all that much, if I'm being perfectly honest too.
Yeah. It just depends on how detailed and extravagant you're wanting the art piece to be.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, like, a lot of times, like, I'll send, if someone wants something, like, super detailed, like, there's a number of artists that I know that I'll be like, you'd probably be better off asking them.
Yeah.
Most of my stuff is more apt for, you know, emotes and things.
Yeah.
But
you do have a cute style though. So
thanks.
She do indeed.
like I got like Tish made this for me, my concern.
Which is
But my
awesome.
Tish is fucking great. Yes.
and my actual design was made by the Ramble Pies.
Oh yeah.
Well, I like they were huge on all the detail with everything I asked for. But at the same time, it's like you don't need to do that much. Well, thank you.
Tee.
But yeah.
Yeah, they're currently doing, just as a heads up, they're currently doing comms for concern emotes as well as smashing headshots.
I was wondering where you got that smashing in PFP.
That's where that's from. Tish has been making them. I've been watching on Blue Sky. It's hilarious.
I'm still so annoyed that my new schedule makes so I can't watch this shit anymore. Stupid work having shitty Wi-Fi.
I didn't get to see it in stream. I just saw the results on Blue Sky. I was like, oh no. And then them just being like, should I make this into a commission? Should I make this into a commission? I'm gonna make this into a commission.
Yeah, because basically what happened was one of the birthday goals was we get to choose their profile picture for the next month.
And that was what was decided.
Yep. And then they're just like, let's fucking turn this into a thing.
Oh, they fucking wet with it.
Oh,
It's so good. But yeah. But no, and not even that, like, yeah, there's the websites that they mentioned, but you can also just browse Ko-Fi also. And
Fiverr.
well, and VGen is getting
Yeah.
more getting more traction. I keep
Heck
hearing
yeah.
about it a lot.
Oh yeah, VGen has a lot of good stuff. That's where
Mhm.
that's actually where my model mama is from.
Nice. But yeah. There's plenty of places.
Okay, this one's not even really worth sharing, so I'm not going to war with copying this link. But it does bring something I didn't think was a problem. I think that this person just has bad luck. But the title is I hate that dark fantasy game has become code for I'm a racist and want to do creepy things with women.
For what?
Right? I was introduced to fantasy through dark fantasy. My dad did not understand age ratings, and it's always been my favorite subgenre. And it always makes me cringe whenever I hear about people using "it's a grim, dark game / world" as an excuse to be a creep. It pissed me off so much because I feel like it just drags down the whole genre, makes it so no one ever wants to play in one of these games because they're likely to get a creep, and no one normal wants to run one because they might be seen as a creep. I think this guy just has bad luck.
Yeah.
Or doesn't understand some aspects of dark fantasy because bad things happen to all sorts of people in these dark fantasies, including, wow, creepy things done to women, let's put it that way. But hey, it's not just the women being suffered
have
from
that
that.
same problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's not just dark fantasy.
Yeah.
All genres have that issue.
It's just like, huh?
I mean, we did make the joke early on about it being someone's secret fetish. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not,
that.
that's not the genre issue. It's
Oh,
the
God, I
person.
should go back and read that again just for Eve. Fuck.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't like that.
One moment.
Oh.
For those of you in chat, I apologize. Also, hashtag not
Do you-
sorry.
I'm sorry, do you really though?
I'm not apologizing.
So, Eve, if you'll scroll up to about 9, let's see, just after NB goes piff, there is one of the Reddit posts titled Vampire the Masquerade and the Prince's Pet Werewolf. You knew it was coming,
Here we
Joel.
go again.
Excuse? Oh no. Oh no.
So again, this is Vampire the Masquerade and the Prince's Pet Werewolf.
it's
Let's
as bad as you think, Eve.
It really is.
This happened on some play-by-post site years ago. We were playing Vampire the Masquerade 20th Anniversary Edition.
Ah, fuck.
I knew it. We were all a bunch of neonates, newly turned vampires, serving the Camarilla, a global vampire organization that basically rules over all vampires, or at least tries to, in San Francisco. I'm surprised they didn't put quotations there about what that was. But fair, if you don't know the game, you might as well explain it. Some small group of renegade vampires was causing trouble, and the prince, the highest ranked representative of the Camarilla in the city, wanted us to investigate them and get rid of them. This was explained to us during a meeting with the prince. In the middle of this meeting, some half-naked guy wearing a spiked dog collar, crawling on all fours and holding a dog leash with his teeth, comes inside. He brought the dog leash to the prince. The prince dismissed him with a, "Don't worry, I'll take you out for a walk soon." It was very weird, but this was Vampire the Masquerade, so some amount of weird is expected. The storyteller resumed the...
point out this is starting to. I'm reminded of that very opening scene of Hellsing Ultimate Abridged.
Oh God.
Damn it.
I'm going for a walk.
The storyteller resumed the meeting in this same pose, so we all just kind of brushed it off. So we go investigate. This part is mostly uneventful. We basically learned that the renegade vampires the prince wants us to take care of had their hideout in Alcatraz Island. So we report back to the prince. When we come in, the prince is petting said half-naked man with a dog collar who is licking his face like a dog. We try our best to ignore this weird presumed ghoul, basically a type of vampiric servant, and tell the prince what we've learned. After we told the prince everything, he turned to the guy with the dog collar and said that he's going to take him out for a walk tomorrow. And the storyteller pointed out that while he was saying that, he glanced at us with an evil smile. So, the next night, we were supposed to go to the hideout on Alcatraz Island to deal with the renegade vampires. The dog collar guy doesn't show up this time, to everyone's relief. The prince insists that we use a specific boat he gave us for reasons to get there. Due to the prince's odd behavior, we were suspecting that he was setting us up for some kind of trap and intended to sacrifice us some way to achieve his goals. So we mutually agreed that if something shady happens, we just get the hell out and try to go to a different city. During this time, the storyteller kept mentioning that there's a full moon in the sky and kept repeating it over and over. Now, it might seem obvious that he was setting up something related to werewolves with the full moon, but the werewolves in the world of darkness don't work that way. Werewolves in that world are basically a whole species of shapeshifters that can shift forms at any time they want in the full moon. Just makes it slightly easier for them to lose control and go berserk. And they generally have better things to do than get involved in vampire affairs. Another thing was that vampires and werewolves in the world of darkness belong to very different power levels, and even a starting werewolf could take out our whole group and probably also the prince at the same time, in 1 or 2 rounds. So we didn't really expect the storyteller to just casually throw one in at the very start of the game. Anyway, we got to the hideout, which was located in some underground tunnels beneath Alcatraz prison. After wandering around those tunnels for a bit, we make it to a large room and the prince is there waiting for us. All around him are remains of dead vampires. The prince, who is also petting a werewolf in Krynos form. Basically the pulp culture depiction of a werewolf. As soon as he spots our group, he laughs, tells us that he just took his pet out for a walk, then lets go of the leash and sends his pet werewolf after us. Well, it was obvious to us that we stand no chance against an elder vampire and his pet werewolf.
What
So
the fuck?
So we did the sensible, even if seemingly hopeless, thing and tried to flee. The other two players both had celerity, basically vampiric super speed, so they managed to run away, while my character was torn to shreds by the pursuing werewolf. Thankfully, he wasn't mounted the way this guy was going. They made it to the boat, and they couldn't get it to work anymore, as it was apparently sabotaged just enough to work for a one-way trip. So they jumped into the water and tried to swim back to shore, only to be ultimately torn to shreds in the water by the murderous werewolf who pursued them all the way into the sea. Your vampires just walk along the bottom. The werewolf can't breathe underwater.
Like, what the fuck?
Understandably, the way this happened didn't sit well with us. The storyteller seemed to be even more upset than us, though. He knows that even if we managed to get away, he'd dock all of our XP for cowardice. He said that we were all supposed to fight the werewolf. Remember, we are newly formed vampires, and a werewolf could easily take a group of experienced vampires. And if we proved that we could hold our own against him, the prince would let us live. But they can't hold their own against him, so what the fuck was this going to prove? Apparently it was supposed to be some test from the prince, but for what purpose? Who knows? The prince never said anything like this in character, we only learned it from the storyteller later. Anyway, the storyteller ended up deleting the game because none of us wanted to play anymore anyway. As for the werewolf, there were no weirdly detailed description or anything like that, and from what I remember of what the storyteller said after our characters all died, he seemingly just thought it would be funny to have the werewolf literally act like a pet dog. It wasn't, it was just weird.
What the fuck? Why so many of these fucking weird ass DMs fucking playing out their weird fantasies in their games, entrapping
Right.
the players in their weird fantasies. Oh my god.
I wouldn't do that because I don't want to scar that many people mentally.
So
I do
there
love
is
this comment,
actually... Oh yeah?
though. Okay, so that was weird, stupid, your prince has nothing better to do, and very heavily telegraphed. Storytelling subtle as a half brick. I get the impression the whole game was playing backwards from this moment, and the storyteller was sitting there risking a trouser accident every time he posted. Was someone commented to that? Yep, this reads like the GM's barely disguised fetish.
Yep.
This one just makes me
That's
mad.
it.
Your storyteller is a Malkavian, and I don't mean that in a good way, and he should take that back right the fuck now.
Hey, yeah, no. No, the storyteller's just a fucking creep.
Right?
Yeah.
There is actually a canon.
Someone actually tried to blame the
entire
players
coup.
for trying to run in the first place.
What?
Not gonna lie, this DM storytelling has more plot holes than a Swiss cheese. But I'd say this, your meta-knowledge kind of screwed you over here as well. New vampires should have no real clue about werewolves or their abilities, but it was your meta-knowledge that made you flee the pit. Even though that's still not unreasonable, yeah, given that the prince was also in the picture as a potential enemy. Nevertheless, it was a bad plot hook in the first place. So I'd say this. Yeah, if you play with a group that has experience in the general lore, you kind of need to clear up stuff like this, blah, blah, blah. And it's going to respond with the perfect response, like, mate, it's a 10-foot-tall, half-ton killing machine with claws the size of your finger. You don't need to be a genius to think, I should run from this bastard.
Yeah. No.
Immortality can still be in pieces.
Yeah.
Especially when you walk into a room and you see the remains of so many other renegade vampires you were sent there to kill. It's like, clearly, this thing can kill them, and he clearly made it known that this thing killed everything. Like, huh?
Yeah, fledglings are not that strong, and they honestly know it.
Yeah, because that's drilled into their head from the word go. Not to mention, they're literally just finding out that, oh shit, vampires are real.
Mm-hmm. Like as I said, I barely know the lore at the moment, so I'm going off of the fact that it's like I'm remembering stuff where it's like, hey, I'm immortal. Yes, you are. But guess what? You can also be immortal in tiny little pieces.
And it's one of those things that, especially if they're like fresh DNA, they are literally still coming to terms with the fact that they are dead.
Yep.
Like, these people are freshly murdered and raised.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then to find out
Actually,
that
that would
not
be a
only
good
vampires
reasoning for
exist,
why they
but
swam.
other, yeah, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point, actually. But also the fact that, oh shit, not only are vampires real, but werewolves are too, and it did all this. Oh, fuck this, I'm out.
Wait till they learn about all the other shit that's real too.
Oh god. Yeah.
What the hell is this one?
Eh.
This one I might read on my own. I'm not sure if I should share this one or not.
Okay.
But I will share the title just to get your quick thoughts on the title at least. S.A. Warning. Let's talk about why you as a DM can't get away with depicting rape.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That one definitely needs to be checked first.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah.
Pretty thoroughly.
That is some.
It just seems kind of fitting
High
saying that we
quality
were just
trigger
going
right
about people that were putting their fetishes in there. It's like, huh. Is this like someone just trying to make a dark setting, or is someone just throwing out their fetish again? So I'll vet that one later. It's like, what the fuck? Mm-hmm.
Look,
It's like a meta discussion.
I believe that you can make art and stories about basically any topic, but if you don't handle things with care
And grace.
And maturity, and you discuss things ahead of time to make sure that everyone's okay with this, and take responsibility when it goes bad.
Yep, because
like,
things will inevitably go wrong somewhere.
Yeah, like you have to take responsibility for it. It's like if you're telling a joke. Yeah, you can tell jokes about anything you want, but when it goes bad, you gotta take responsibility for it.
Yeah.
And I don't think basically any TTRPG is really equipped for it, even World of Darkness.
Damn. Yeah, this is true. I mean, that's why Cult also puts a whole bunch of like content warnings in and stresses the importance of consent, because a lot of their examples do use SA.
Yep, I was literally about to say Cult would be like maybe the only one. Like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that even Wraith even goes quite that far.
And Wraith warns you not to play anything remotely resembling yourself as you play that game.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Let's see.
There are lines.
Speaking
Oh,
of
but
Wraith
yeah.
the Oblivion,
Oh yeah.
let me just do a quick little... Okay, that's the one I think should be fine.
Okay.
You're going to love the title.
Wraith.
Or you might not, I don't know. Probably won't.
Wraith.
The title of this one is Why Do I So Often End Up with Storytellers Who Seem to Like Making Snuff Films?
Oh god fucking damn it.
Ah, shit, here we go again.
This is Wraith?
This happened maybe 10 years ago. I was playing Wraith the Oblivion.
God damn it.
That's what made this pop out to me. As everyone knows, right? As everyone knows, in order to play that game, the character has to die first. Yeah, true. Same in Vampire. I made a poor, beautiful Hispanic woman, but didn't really decide on a specific cause of death or backstory. The story unfolded in a way that leaned heavily into Hispanic stereotypes, drug-using brother and boyfriend, mafia-related plots. I don't remember the exact details well, since it was a long time ago, but I do remember that as I started to struggle more and more in these increasingly violent situations, the storyteller began escalating the intensity, and I just started falling apart. I can't recall everything clearly after that, but the storyteller switched the scene, and suddenly my character had been kidnapped, tied up with the camera rolling. Okay, I didn't see that part. And she was being essayed. Then she either had her stomach cut open or her throat slit and died. The storyteller and I went completely silent. We never played together again. Well, the fact that they were already falling apart earlier and he didn't pick up on that. Let me read that part again. Let's see. Yeah, the player was clearly uncomfortable as things were getting more and more violent. Wow. Back then, there were no X cards or safety tools. The storyteller and I remained friends somehow, but I was hurt. Really? Okay. For a long time, I blamed myself. I thought I'd somehow played badly, and that's why that happened. Later, when I returned to TTRPGs and found tools like the X card existed, I was generally relieved. I thought that kind of thing can never happen again. The scariest part of the story? It wasn't a rare, extraordinary event. I was just unlucky. Why do so many people seem to love torture porn materials so much? Am I too weak to play World of Darkness? Do you think so? It's like, again, there are... Wait, even back then they had warnings for that kind of stuff and ways of averting that, didn't they?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure I've read that in 2nd edition they had something like that. It wasn't exactly an X card, but they explained, like, stop words and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Actually, like... They might have even had some of stuff like that.
We just didn't have snowflakes that were just going, oh my god, they put X cards in here? Oh, this game is too woke now. Q and more bastards. Like, if you don't need the X card, good for you. It's not for you. The X card is for those that fucking need it.
Yep.
But, you know,
Honestly,
why think
Vampire
about
had that.
people that are, you know, not yourself?
Right. Especially in a
God.
multiplayer game that's supposed to be a team building exercise, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that,
Yep.
I've been seeing more and more posts kind of like this one about how some people like these like really dark fantasy horror stuff. And all kinds of like, is that really a prevalent problem that I've just been missing? Or are these people just incredibly unlucky?
I personally haven't run across that sort of thing, but I also tend to be able to play with people that I actually fucking know, too.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah.
to say, I don't play with randos.
People think being shocking and edgy makes for powerful storytelling when reality is just cheap and lazy. I mean, maybe I'm just the weird one. Like, again, I have run 2 games of Cult, and Eve, you've witnessed some of the things I've done in Cults, which can be pretty fucking, wow,
I've
shocking
heard
and
your
edgy.
stories.
So I don't really shy away from that either. So I was like, that didn't feel cheap and lazy to me.
No. I don't know. I don't feel like that's edgy
Eh,
just for the sake of being edgy. I think that's kind of what they're getting at.
Yeah, like being edgy for its own sake kind of sucks,
Mhm.
but like,
Yeah.
it has to serve something.
yeah. Whereas with like Sir Nerfslots from last year was literally making a fucking deal with a demon of sorts, basically. It's like, oh, cool. Seal the pact by smashing your mother's head in.
Wee.
But then I don't. That's one of those things that, again, it all comes back to session 0, I guess, because everyone was well aware of the type of game we were playing.
Yep.
It's like, if you have issues, please give me your do not cross this line.
You have this contract for a reason. And it's not just because you're selling your soul to the Lich.
Eh.
Just don't read too closely to the fine print.
I mean, you can try and steal my soul. I've got plenty more where that came from.
Let's see.
And I lost it. God fucking damn it.
What'd you lose?
The point I was gonna make.
Oh,
Or the comment I had.
you'll find it again soon.
You put too much faith in me, sir.
I did have one very silly one that I wanted to share at some point.
We could probably use a pack cleanser by this point.
Alright, it's in there, but I'll share it again just so that it's more recent. There you go.
I should probably put this in chat too.
I appreciate the story immensely.
You reading it or me?
I mean, if you want me to read it, I shall.
Yeah, sure. That's when I'll stop turn.
I made a call as a DM, and now my rogue has a month to steal my shoe.
Oh, God.
So I'm a relatively inexperienced DM, and I just started running a campaign for some coworkers. At the end of the first session, the level 1 rogue wanted to steal the peg leg of the level 20 paladin innkeeper in the middle of a well-lit room, while he was talking to the party and looking directly at the rogue. After a few "are you sure's," I let him roll with disadvantage, and he got 2 natural 20s. I don't know if I was being a dick, but I
Wow.
thought the best possible outcome is the innkeeper finds it really funny and doesn't smite the party. My rogue says he should have been allowed to take the leg, so I have said if he can take my shoe and get 10 feet away without my noticing, I will retroactively let him have the peg leg as a magical weapon. I should add, he has made 1 unsuccessful attempt on my shoe so far. Edit. After talking to people in the comments, I've decided that if he hasn't managed to steal my shoe by the next session, I'm going to have the innkeeper hire the rogue to play pranks on people the innkeeper doesn't like in exchange for healing/reviving the party for free. Hopefully this will let the rogue get his chaos out of the way without disruption and solve the problem that nobody in the party wants to be a healer.
Right?
Bruh. Nice.
Like, nat 20 does not mean automatic success. I don't know how many people need to hear that, but it does not mean that.
I know.
Not bend
Yep.
the rules. You cannot bend reality.
Nope.
This
And
is
I
what
love,
makes the assumption.
I love that he's just like, dude, do it to me, and if you can pull this off, at the very least get it 10 feet away from me without me noticing, then I will let you do this.
And the fact that he actually went and did an unsuccessful attempt is like, wow, he's committed. I'll give him that.
I will freely give him that one because it's just like, god damn.
This was posted 2 days ago. I wonder if there's been any more attempts.
How many of the comments are just like, hey, has it gotten your shoe yet?
Right.
You had another session yet? Has it gotten your shoe yet? And also, does it have to be at the session?
Oh my god, to be fair, it's actually made quiet shifts at work incredibly fun, especially as the other co-workers in the party have agreed to help. And my rogue, or a party member, has to get the shoe off my foot and get out of smite range without me noticing. They can't just nick it and nick it when I take them off. But I do agree I should have encouraged the party to make a plan rather than giving them into the man of roll for it. Oh yes, I'm very much figuring this out as I go along.
That's good.
Oh my
Oh god, I love it so much.
So the whole fucking party is trying to steal this man's shoe now. That's amazing.
See, this is
that's
actual
what should be
team
happening.
building here.
Yes. Granted, of course, these people have probably been friends like for a decent while before this.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's definitely an in-person game, so.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can just imagine that just a coworker that doesn't know what's going on just walks by and just sees one of those other coworkers sneaking up on this guy trying to grab at his shoe.
Like, what are you doing? Like, shh. Gonna make him notice me.
Yeah, you just
throws his
picture
shoe?
the death scare of just death glare and them holding my finger to the lips going, and then dragging that across their neck like, shut up. As they're trying to stealthily take the shoe.
I'm just suddenly getting flashbacks to Austin Powers. Who throws a shoe? Why I'm getting that flashback? Who the fuck knows?
Because it involves a shoe.
I mean,
Yeah.
you're not wrong.
Oh my god.
Oh, the ads! The ads!
Dun, dun,
Not the
dun.
ads.
Yeah.
You remember, you gotta take out the ads first.
Take out the ads. Oh, actually, during an ad, it's probably a good time for me to mention. Yeah, I was gonna mention with the whole pet werewolf shit.
Oh, that's oddly fitting, Alex.
Oh no. Well, she can't hear you.
I know, I'm going to tell her when she gets back.
Oh, but yeah, the whole pet werewolf thing I was gonna mention. There is a canon vampire that has an entire pack of werewolves, ghouled
Oh.
to him. However, that is literally only because he was a kinfolk before being embraced. One of the members of the pack is his brother, like blood brother, who's still a werewolf.
Yoga pants now.
He was just,
That makes sense.
yes, like, and yeah, it's not fucking weird shit. He's a gangrel too, of course, so.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Gangos seem to get along with the world surprisingly well.
They have an understanding in most cases.
Yeah, them and Maux, they tend to tolerate.
Depending, yeah. But, yeah.
Oh, but there's shoes.
What are the ads trying to
What's Trevor,
say?
yoga pants and shoes.
I'm concerned.
Apparently the ad's telling her to scrub her feet, go do yoga, and then have proper shoes for the clean feet.
I mean, you should just have proper shoes in general.
True.
Having bad support for your with your shoes is terrible.
That is actually really, really true.
I get ads pretty consistently for Canadian banks.
Or casinos, apparently.
And yes, and Ontario gambling.
Oh dear.
I keep getting ones in Spanish, and I don't understand.
I got
gotten
something
a
for
couple
weed
in
killer.
Spanish. That's weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you've been getting those too. That's right.
Not
I
often.
occasionally get them in French, but that kind of makes sense for me.
That kind of makes sense for you. For me, not really.
My feet have suffered throughout my life. They deserve some good treatments. That's fair.
That's fair.
I mean, that's more or less exactly the entire life of a foot.
Now, as for the ads I was getting from Tubi, I have no idea why I was getting those ads. Like, at all. Also, the fact that I don't use Tubi that much that it doesn't know what ads might interest me there yet, I don't know.
So it's just like random stuff.
Very.
Random bullshit, go!
Mm-hmm.
When we get Moon Knight trying to call in Strahd's debt to him.
Oh, God.
Strahd, you nerd. Where's my money?
I guess you could make a Conquest Paladin. That would sort of kind of work for it.
Take one level in fighter to make sure you have proficiency in every weapon.
Don't Paladins already have that?
I don't know.
Maybe they do. I think they have all martial.
Well, then take
And armor.
Maybe a level of monk for just some monk fighting.
yeah. Then also get the Tavern Brawler feat as well.
Yep.
Everything's a
depending
weapon.
on. Look, I was very tempted to get my Warlock Tavern Brawler just so that I could, literally because it's a Wild West campaign, use everything as a bonded weapon.
I mean, fair. That's actually pretty useful.
Especially since 2024 rules say I only have have to use a bonus action now to bomb shit.
Oh, great. Oh, well. Was there anything else anyone wanted to discuss or chat about?
I don't know what that point was I was going to make earlier.
You'll think about it after we end, and then you'll tell me, and then I'll laugh.
I mean, the only other thing I had was that lovely creature that I sent y'all to.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that art alone is beautiful, but the actual stat block makes me smile. And I may turn into a Kython.
Put that in
Yeah,
chat so that they know what you're talking about. So I'll scroll back up to it. There it is.
And I guess also there's a story about don't let your party make up the wild magic table.
Oh, God.
No.
Oh
What?
yeah.
No, you don't. No. What? No.
Because
That's a terrible idea.
The title is "One of my players became a pickle accidentally. Help me."
God damn it.
Pickle Rick!
Yeah.
Like I've already dealt with the fact that you can turn into a houseplant just casting mage armor. But then we have a pickle. Then again, this is also why I am an adamant proponent of the D1000 table.
Oh, God.
Let chaos reign.
I just comment on that creature. The CR says 5, but the interface / mouth says BBEG. I like it.
Yeah, this thing. What was funny was somebody misread it and thought it was the Strangler, and it was like, well, this is great, but it doesn't have anything to do with strangling in the stat block.
No, it's the Straggler.
It comes up behind.
Oh.
Oh, did you misread it too,
I
Eve?
hate it.
Oh.
You're just getting to it. Oh yeah, this thing is beautiful.
I hate it.
It just needs a hug.
What is that reference photo from?
Looks like
The third image.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's Code
Yeah, that's Avatar.
Faceless one.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Code the Face Stealer, that's it.
I don't remember that.
That was
Really?
I think it was...
I think it was
Was
creepy.
it season 3 or season 2?
Might be 2. But you had to go to the spirit world and speak with that thing.
Yeah. Oh shit! It's actually.
Oh, I do remember that. Never mind.
No, fuck! Its first appearance was apparently season 1. It looks like, at least it says Siege of the North Part 2, which I'm guessing would be the fucking attack on the Northern Water Tribe.
Oh, yeah. My girlfriend became the moon. That's my boyfriend, smiley face.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
That's my boyfriend.
That's rough, buddy. That's my response to that one.
Oh, God. I am upset.
Oh, God.
Oh.
That crazy bitch. That's my boyfriend, smiley face. Like, I don't believe... I do not doubt for a second. That's exactly how she typed that shit.
Oh, no fucking doubt. And I'm just looking at this like, there's got to be a point with this man. And he's like, are we sure about that?
God damn it.
Let's see. I think one of my favorite quotes from tonight thus far is Ret Connoisseur.
Right, connoisseur.
God damn it.
Yeah, thanks
like
for that one. That was amazing.
I can't take credit.
Too bad, you got it.
Well, look, I still will, as much as I hate when I have plot holes in my stories, I still love the 8-bit theater version of A Wizard Did It, where they just show a wizard filling in potholes.
I miss 8-bit theater. That shit was funny.
I know. Like, I appreciate all the like actual comics he's trying to do, but there was something magical about the sprite comics.
Double-fisted monkey style attack. Whatever that is, it better involve him keeping his pants on.
I'm a ranger who dual class as a ranger. Now I can quad wield.
Quad wield.
Oh, Red Mage was a hoot.
Everybody in that series was just so good. And I love the fact that we had the actual serious heroes running around too.
Mopping up their messes without even intending to or even realizing they were. You can't be the Warriors of Lights. Why? Your lights aren't even lukewarm.
Oh.
Your orbs aren't even lukewarm. Oh, God. That was way back at the very beginning of that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm actually getting the urge to reread that just because of how long it's been. I was in high school when I started that. Think about that.
I got introduced to it in a YouTube video. Someone doing the voices for the comic, and that still sticks in my mind. It was so fucking funny. There's the thought of a big giant coming up upon Fighter and Black Mage, just going, ooh, squishes. Still sends me. Especially as they're both looking up at that thing in terror, knowing that that club's about to enter someone's rectum.
Can we? So, for a one-shot, we need to absolutely have the Armoire of Invisibility.
Oh, God.
Sword Chucks, Shield Chucks, and Chuck Chucks. If you don't know what Chuck Chucks are, if you don't know what Chuck Chucks are, it's literally two chains attached to each other.
Yeah.
God damn it. I should have known.
Bought 2, motherfucker. Wood in steak.
I honestly feel like the true meme of "you don't fuck with the white mage" came from this too.
Probably, yeah. Sleep
'Cause
well,
he did not
Alex.
fuck with that white mage. She was the only serious member of that group.
Mm-hmm.
You have a good night.
Reluctant member, but yeah. I think she was supposed to keep staying alone just to make sure Black Mage didn't cause any trouble. And
Pretty
failed.
much. I mean, how are you going to stop the black mage?
Batter as eyelashes at him, that'd probably do it, honestly, because he was smitten.
I mean, you're not wrong. But at the same time, unquenchable thirst for violence.
I cast the spells that make the people fall down.
Oh, and who are you going to get that's going to be able to stop me? What was his name again? Michael
Michael
doesn't
Mick does exist. That one I know.
Alucard has influenced way too much of my life. And it doesn't matter if it's abridged or not, too.
Let's see.
When you want the fuck-mothering vampire, that's where you go.
Ah.
Yeah, the original's pretty damn good too.
Oh, yeah. Look, he is the top of my vampires in anime.
Oh god, an 8-bit reenactment of Dungeons and Dragons. I remember this. Oh god, I was 15 years ago. Yeah, that tracks. Send that to you guys. I'll see you put it in chat too. Why not?
Fucking no.
I also very much miss looking for Group as a comic.
Hmm.
Same. I wish they actually managed to get the animations fully off the ground.
Same. Like, I get why they had to stop, because the webcomic deal is no longer profitable, but
Yeah.
I miss it.
Yeah, webcomics do seem to be dying, sadly.
A bit.
Which is a damn shame, because that's a large chunk of my early internet days was just reading up on those.
Oh yeah, the very first one that I came across was the very first Sprite comic, Bob and George.
Mm.
You ever heard of that one?
I think
Sounds
I've
familiar.
heard of it, but I don't remember what it is.
Was originally supposed to be a hand-drawn comic, but because he wasn't able to get the art out ready in time, he decided to do sprites with Mega Man sprites.
Ah.
Nice.
And then when the hand-drawn stuff didn't do well, it was like, you know what, fuck it, we just gonna make Bob and George our main characters in this Mega Man comic.
I think that's going to do it for me for tonight, though.
Yeah, I gotta hit the old dusty trail, gotta be a responsible adult tomorrow.
Yeah, about the time I should be getting off to.
It was nice hanging out with y'all again.
Always, always. And thanks to Chill for putting up with me for the few hours so that he had to deal with me alone.
That's fine.
Look what you did to this poor man.
No.
What have you done to him? This is a perfectly functioning Chill a few hours ago.
I'm going to law school.
Uh-oh. Oh, God, I went too far. I've done too much. I'm so sorry.
That was a perfect ending.
Oh, that's good.
No notes. We're done.
No, no.
Oh, let's find someone to rate on that note.
Oh my god.
Well, then, let's go say hello to Zebra.
Oh, yeah,
She's
first
live.
alive. Beating the heat.
Oh my goodness.
Can't get off my lap so I can type, please. Thank you. You had all this time to get
I
on my
could
lap.
send us.
On the streets.
There we go. The Chinese sound does not exist. God damn it.
Oh, here, I got you.
Copy and paste their name.
No, I got it.
Oh, you got it?
I have their her username memorized. Except it didn't let me do it. Never mind.
Oh no!
Paste it in there.
There we go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I'm going to attempt to get my brain to behave itself this week and stop being a dirty traitor, and hopefully stream a little bit more often. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and chatting with us, and we will all see you very soon.
I'll see you in your dreams in a few minutes.
I thought that's what
Pleasant
Laura was gonna say.
nightmares.
Yep. Good night.
Have wonderful
Bye.
nightmares.
Please.
We were not meant to strive.
Are you sure?